Hello.
To all the participants. Before starting the session, I'm going to convey you all some guidelines and request you to follow this during the inaugural session so that we are going to have the best experience of this event. The live streaming is available on YouTube. Please ensure your laptop device name to be framed as desired on the certificate to be issued. For better experience, join the Google Meet using Google Chrome browser. Mute yourself upon entry. Unmute only when allowed to speak. Turn off your videos at all times. Set your screen layout to spotlight mode for better, uninterrupted viewing experience. Do not turn on your screen sharing or present your screen at any time. When joining Meet, turn off video, turn off microphone. If you do not follow the protocol and it causes disturbance to others, you may be removed from the meeting. E-certificate will be provided to all the registered participants. It will be issued after submitting the feedback after this online session. Wish you a fruitful online learning experience. Take care and be safe. A very good morning to one and all present here. I, Ruchira Muchal, on behalf of Sri Vaishnav Institute of Management, feel a proud privilege to welcome you all in the online national conference on implementing NEP, challenges and opportunities. The main purpose of the conference is to build a network and enhance collaboration by providing an ideal platform for policymakers, educationists, practitioners, researchers, industrial planners to throw light on the reforms introduced in New Education Policy 2020. It is an occasion like this we get the opportunity to test our knowledge and understanding. We look forward to get an exposure about what the best of the brains think about this dynamic issue. Like every other auspicious event, let's begin this conference by offering our prayer to Ma Saraswati and conduct our customary lamp lighting ceremony as a tribute to Mother Saraswati, the embodiment of mind. I request all the dignitaries to please lit the lamp and inaugurate the conference.
ఆరోగ్యం ధన సంపద కురుత్వం కళ్యాణం ఆరోగ్యం ధన సంపద శత్రునమోస్తుతే జ్యోతిర్నమోస్తుతే కురుత్వం కళ్యాణం ఆరోగ్యం ధన సంపద. కళ్యాణం ఆరోగ్యం సంపదం కురుత్వం కళ్యాణం ఆరోగ్యం సుఖ సంపద.
Prosperity enables us to gain meaningful employment, pursue the opportunities they desire, lead productive lives, and build a future for their families and friends. I request Sri Devendra Kumarji Mukhal, Chairman, Sri Vaishnav Institute of Management, for the floral welcome of our today's esteemed chief guest, Dr. Renu Jain, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Devi Ahilya Vishwavidyalaya, Indore. Thank you, sir. I now request Sri Girdhar Gopalji Nagar, Secretary, Sri Vaishnav Institute of Management, to welcome our distinguished guest, Dr. Pavan Kumar Singh, Director, Indian Institute of Management, Tiruchirappalli. Thank you, sir. The NEP is ambitious and futuristic, but much of its success will depend on how it is implemented. There is a need to explore challenges and opportunities in the implementation of NEP amongst academicians, students, officials, and other stakeholders in the higher education system, so that they can together help India in becoming a knowledge superpower. To enhance the morals, ethics, and quality of education, academicians may become leaders to provide constant guidance to academic fraternity and inspire them to join hands for making this NEP a grand success. This conference, Implementing NEP, Challenges and Opportunities, holds the vision of engaging academic fraternity and corporate experts in meaningful assignments which will contribute towards the intellectual wealth of the nation. Now, let us have the pleasure of listening to the opening remarks of the conference chairman and director, the Vaishnav Institute of Management, Dr. George Thomas. Please.
Thank you, Ruchira. On behalf of Sri Vaishnav Institute of Management and as the chairman of the conference organizing committee, I take this privilege to welcome today's chief guest, Dr. Renu Jain, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Devi Ahilya Vishwavidyalaya, Indore. Keynote speaker, Professor Dr. P.K. Singh, Director, IIM Tiruchirappalli. Shri Purushottam Das Ji Pasari, Honorable Chancellor, Shri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya, Indore. Dr. Upinder Dhar, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Shri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya, Indore. Shri Devendra Kumar Ji Muchal, Chairman, Shri Vaishnav Institute of Management, Indore. Shri Kailash Chandra Ji Agar, Vice Chairman, Shri Vaishnav Institute of Management, Indore. Shri Girdhar Gopal Ji Nagar, Secretary, Shri Vaishnav Institute of Management, Indore. Shri Vishnu Ji Pasari, Treasurer, Shri Vaishnav Institute of Management, Indore. Shri Manish Ji Baheti, Joint Secretary, Shri Vaishnav Institute of Management, Indore. Respected trustees of Shri Vaishnav Trust, Dr. Arvind Singh, Registrar, Shri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya. Conveners of the conference, Dr. Shama Pathankar, Head Department of Computer Science, and Dr. Abhijit Chatterjee, Head Department of Management. Co-conveners of the conference, Dr. Uttam Rao Jagtap and Dr. Jagdish Sharma. Distinguished guests, delegates who have joined from different parts of the country, faculty, media persons, and dear students, a very good morning and a warm welcome to you all. I feel extremely glad to welcome everyone to this much awaited two-day national conference on the focal theme, Implementing National Education Policy, Challenges and Opportunities. I feel honored and privileged to have luminaries like Dr. Renu Jain, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Devi Ahilya Vishwavidyalaya, Indore, and Dr. P.K. Singh, Director, IIM Tiruchirappalli, with us, and would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to them for accepting our invitation and gracing the occasion. Listening to them would be an enriching experience of a lifetime. Before we begin the conference, I would like to express my gratitude towards everyone who has sincerely contributed to this event in order to make a success. This wouldn't have been possible without the support of each and everyone present here, especially my dear students. National Education Policy 2020 focuses on the need of aligning with the skills of the 21st century and providing universal access to quality education. It also focuses on pedagogical reforms, four-year degree programs, multidisciplinary and holistic education, and pure and applied transformational approach and research. Technology will not help in expanding our gross enrollment ratio, but also improve response to the disruptions we are facing today. National Education Policy also highlights the importance of the sharing of resources by clustering institutions. I would like to mention the vision of the National Education Policy 2020 here. First, an education system that contributes to an equitable and vibrant knowledge society by providing high quality education to all. Second, developing a deep sense of respect towards the fundamental rights, duties, and constitutional values, bonding with the one's country, and a conscious awareness of one's role and responsibilities in a changing world. And third, instilling skills, values, and dispositions that support the reasonable commitment to human rights, sustainable development, and global well-being, thereby reflecting a truly global citizen. The key principles of National Education Policy 2020 include respect for diversity and local context in all curriculum, pedagogy, and policies, equity and inclusion as the cornerstone of all educational decisions, community participation, encouragement and facilitation for philanthropic, private, and community participation, use of technology in teaching and learning, removing language barriers for Divyang students, and also in educational planning and management. National Education Policy 2020 aims to increase the gross enrollment ratio in higher education, including vocational education from 26.3% to 50% by 2035. 3.5 crore new seats will be added to higher education institutions. The policy envisages broad-based, multidisciplinary, holistic undergraduate education with flexible curricula, creative combinations of subjects, integration of vocational education, and multiple entry and exit points with appropriate certification. To implement National Education Policy 2020 successfully, we need to work upon a few major challenges such as content, curriculum, and pedagogy, blending the technology with the teaching and learning process, assessment and teachers training and availability. In a nutshell, we can say that for success,
We are not able to hear you.
presence of the esteemed guests and participation of distinguished delegates present here, feather to the rich legacy of 33 years of this institute. Once again, I welcome you all to the conference and hope that you have immensely enriching with fruitful takeaways. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for your next address. I now request Sri Devendra Kumarji Muchal, Sri Vaishnav Institute of Management, for his words of blessing. Please, sir.
नमस्कार। संस्थान में आयोजित ऑनलाइन राष्ट्रीय संगोष्ठी के उद्घाटन सत्र के मुख्य अतिथि डॉक्टर रेणु जैन, कुलपति देवी विश्वविद्यालय इंदौर, मुख्य वक्ता डॉक्टर पी.के. सिंह, निदेशक भारतीय प्रबंध संस्थान तिरुचिरापल्ली, श्री पुरुषोत्तम दास जी पसारी, कुलाधिपति श्री वैष्णव विद्यापीठ विश्वविद्यालय इंदौर, विशेष अतिथि डॉक्टर उपिंदर जी धर, कुलपति श्री वैष्णव विद्यापीठ विश्वविद्यालय इंदौर, संस्थान के उपाध्यक्ष श्री कैलाश चंद जी आगार, सचिव श्री गिरधर गोपाल जी नागर, कोषाध्यक्ष श्री विष्णु जी पसारी, सह सचिव श्री मनीष जी बाहेती, संस्थान के निदेशक एवं कॉन्फ्रेंस चेयरमैन डॉक्टर जॉर्ज थॉमस, श्री वैष्णव विद्यापीठ विश्वविद्यालय के रजिस्ट्रार डॉक्टर अरविंद सिंह, संगोष्ठी के संयोजक एवं विभागाध्यक्ष डॉक्टर क्षमा पेठनकर एवं डॉक्टर अभिजीत चतुर्वेदी, वैष्णव न्यास के ट्रस्टीगण, श्री वैष्णव समूह के विभिन्न संस्थानों के प्राचार्यगण, मीडिया के प्रतिनिधि, विभिन्न महाविद्यालयों के प्रतिभागी, संस्थान के शिक्षकगण एवं प्यारे विद्यार्थीगण, आप सभी का मैं संस्थान द्वारा आयोजित ऑनलाइन राष्ट्रीय संगोष्ठी में हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं तथा अभिनंदन करता हूं। सर्वप्रथम आज के मुख्य अतिथि डॉक्टर रेणु जैन का स्वागत करता हूं तथा हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, जिनकी उपस्थिति से आज के कार्यक्रम की गरिमा द्विगुणित हुई है। आपका उद्देश्य परक उद्बोधन निश्चित ही हम सभी के लिए प्रेरणास्पद होगा। श्री वैष्णव प्रबंध संस्थान यूजीसी नैक द्वारा सतत 2 चक्रों में A ग्रेड से प्रत्याशित है, जो स्वयं संस्थान द्वारा गुणवत्ता मापकों के पालन को दर्शाता है। संस्थान के विद्यार्थियों के हेतु गुणवत्तापूर्वक शिक्षण प्रशिक्षण हेतु प्रतिबद्ध है। इसी तारतम्य में एक दिवसीय संगोष्ठी इम्प्लीमेंटिंग नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी चैलेंजेस एंड अपॉर्चुनिटीज का आयोजन संस्थान द्वारा किया जा रहा है, जिसका मुख्य उद्देश्य शिक्षा में गुणात्मक सुधार लाना एवं शोध कार्यों को बढ़ावा देकर इसमें आने वाली नई चुनौतियों की जानकारी एवं विकास के अवसर प्रदान करना है। आज हमारा देश शिक्षा एवं उद्योग के क्षेत्र में दिन प्रतिदिन तरक्की कर रहा है। आज की यह संगोष्ठी इसी तरक्की में मील का पत्थर साबित होगी। इस संगोष्ठी में विभिन्न राज्यों के विभिन्न महाविद्यालयों के प्रतिभागी अपने शोध पत्र ऑनलाइन प्रस्तुत करेंगे। अंत में मैं पुनः कार्यक्रम में शामिल होने वाले सभी अतिथियों एवं प्रतिभागियों का स्वागत करता हूं एवं संगोष्ठी की सफलता हेतु शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। धन्यवाद। नमस्कार।
Thank you, sir, for gracing us with your blessing. I humbly request a great visionary, a person who is zeal to work for the welfare of society in various capacities. Narrator of this flagship of knowledge, Sri Purushottam Das Ji Prasari, Honorable Chancellor, Sri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya, for his enlightening address. Please, sir.
नमस्कार। संस्थान में आयोजित ऑनलाइन राष्ट्रीय संगोष्ठी के उद्घाटन सत्र के मुख्य अतिथि आदरणीय डॉक्टर रेणु जी जैन, कुलपति देवी अहिल्या विश्वविद्यालय इंदौर, मुख्य वक्ता डॉक्टर पी.के. सिंह, निर्देशक भारतीय प्रबंध संस्थान तिरुचिरापल्ली, विशेष अतिथि डॉक्टर उपेंद्र धर, कुलपति श्री वैष्णव विद्यापीठ विश्वविद्यालय इंदौर, संस्थान के अध्यक्ष श्री देवेंद्र कुमार जी मुच्छाल, उपाध्यक्ष श्री कैलाश जी आगार, सचिव श्री श्रीधर गोपाल जी नागर, कोषाध्यक्ष श्री विष्णु जी पसारी, सचिव श्री मनीष जी भायती, वैष्णव विद्यापीठ के सचिव श्री कमल नारायण जी बुराड़िया, संस्थान के निर्देशक एवं संगोष्ठी के अध्यक्ष डॉक्टर जॉर्ज थॉमस, श्री वैष्णव विद्यापीठ विश्वविद्यालय के रजिस्ट्रार डॉक्टर अरविंद सिंह, संगोष्ठी की संयोजक एवं विभागाध्यक्ष डॉक्टर क्षमा पेठरकर एवं डॉक्टर अभिजीत चटर्जी एवं वैष्णव शैक्षणिक एवं पारमार्थिक न्यास के सभी ट्रस्टीगण, वैष्णव समूह के विभिन्न संस्थानों के प्राचार्यगण, मीडिया के प्रतिनिधि, विभिन्न महाविद्यालयों के प्रतिभागी, संस्थान के शिक्षकगण एवं प्रिय विद्यार्थी, आप सभी का मैं संस्थान में आयोजित ऑनलाइन राष्ट्रीय संगोष्ठी में हार्दिक स्वागत एवं अभिनंदन करता हूं। विशेषकर मैं मुख्य अतिथि डॉक्टर रेणु जी जैन का एवं डॉक्टर पी.के. सिंह का हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं, जिन्होंने इस कार्यक्रम में पधार कर हमारी गौरव बढ़ाया है। आज हम डिजिटाइजेशन के युग में जी रहे हैं। भारत सरकार द्वारा राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020 की घोषणा की गई है। शिक्षा एक सार्वजनिक सेवा है। गुणवत्तापूर्ण शिक्षा तक पहुंच प्रत्येक बच्चे का मूल अधिकार माना जाना चाहिए। इसी तरह की चुनौतियों और संभावनाओं पर चर्चा हेतु यह संगोष्ठी इम्प्लीमेंटिंग नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी चैलेंजेस एंड अपॉर्चुनिटीज आयोजित की जा रही है। इस संगोष्ठी के निष्कर्ष से शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में अभूतपूर्व उपलब्धि हासिल होगी, जो कि समाज के लिए बहुत ही उपयोगी सिद्ध होगी। प्रतिभागी संगोष्ठी की विषय वस्तु को दृष्टिकोण रखते हुए अन्य कई वस्तु पर शीर्षकों पर अपने शोध पत्र प्रस्तुत करेंगे। इस संगोष्ठी में अपना शोध पत्र प्रस्तुत करने वाले विभिन्न राज्यों के प्रतिभागियों का भी मैं हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं। आप सभी को ज्ञात है कि गुणवत्तापूर्ण शिक्षा प्रदान करने हेतु श्री वैष्णव प्रबंध संस्थान प्रतिबद्ध है। श्री वैष्णव शैक्षणिक एवं पारमार्थिक न्यास द्वारा संचालित 1987 से प्रारंभ होकर संस्थान में निरंतर आज तक प्रबंधन एवं कंप्यूटर साइंस जैसे महत्वपूर्ण पाठ्यक्रमों के अध्ययन हेतु विशिष्ट पहचान बनाई है। श्री वैष्णव ट्रस्ट एवं इसकी सहयोगी संस्थाओं ने गत 137 वर्षों से इंदौर शहर में नर सेवा नारायण सेवा मंत्र को आधार मानकर जन सेवा एवं जन कल्याण के अनेक प्रकल्प संचालित किए हैं। वर्ष 1884 में इंदौर के वस्त्र व्यवसायियों ने स्वयं के व्यवसाय पर शैक्षिक टैक्स लगाकर श्री वैष्णव सहायक कपड़ा मार्केट कमेटी की स्थापना की। इसका मूल उद्देश्य असहाय बंधुओं तथा जरूरतमंद नागरिकों की सहायता करना था। पशु पक्षियों को आहार देना एवं साधु संत की सेवा करना भी था। सभी पूर्ववर्ती संस्थापकों की दूरदर्शिता पूर्ण नीतियों के क्रियान्वयन के फलस्वरूप संस्था द्वारा 1925 में श्री वैष्णव अन्न क्षेत्र एवं श्री रामकृष्ण बाग और 1934 में श्री वैष्णव आयुर्वेदिक औषधालय की स्थापना की। यह औषधालय विगत 87 वर्षों से आज भी संचालित है एवं अब इसमें आयुर्वेदिक, एलोपैथिक तथा होम्योपैथिक पद्धति से मरीजों का निःशुल्क इलाज किया जा रहा है। सन 1951 में श्री क्लाथ मार्केट वैष्णव हायर सेकेंडरी स्कूल की स्थापना की गई। यह विद्यालय स्थापित होना श्री वैष्णव ट्रस्ट के इतिहास में टर्निंग पॉइंट सिद्ध हुआ। इसके पश्चात 1962 में श्री वैष्णव पॉलिटेक्निक, 1967 में श्री वैष्णव वाणिज्य महाविद्यालय, 1981 में श्री क्लाथ मार्केट वैष्णव बाल मंदिर, 1987 में श्री वैष्णव इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ मैनेजमेंट, 1992 में श्री वैष्णव कन्या विद्यालय, 1993 में श्री वैष्णव एकेडमी, 1995 में श्री वैष्णव प्रौद्योगिकी एवं विज्ञान संस्थान तथा 2005 में श्री वैष्णव विधि संस्थान एवं श्री वैष्णव शिक्षक प्रशिक्षण महाविद्यालय तथा 2015 में श्री वैष्णव विद्यापीठ विश्वविद्यालय की स्थापना की गई। आज इन सभी संस्थाओं में 21,000 से अधिक विद्यार्थी अध्ययनरत हैं। उल्लेखनीय है कि न लाभ न हानि के आधार पर संचालित ये सभी संस्थाएं अपनी प्रतिष्ठा से संपूर्ण देश और प्रदेश को गौरवान्वित कर रही है। हमारा मुख्य उद्देश्य शिक्षा एवं चिकित्सा के क्षेत्र में सेवा प्रदान करना है। इसी कड़ी में श्री वैष्णव ट्रस्ट द्वारा नाम मात्र 400 रुपए के शुल्क पर 2 डायलिसिस सेंटर भी सफलतापूर्वक संचालित किए जा रहे हैं। भविष्य में भी कई कार्य योजनाओं का क्रियान्वयन किया जाएगा तथा श्री वैष्णव समूह सामाजिक दायित्व की प्रतिबद्धता का निर्वाह निरंतर करता रहेगा। मैं पुनः एक बार सभी प्रतिनिधियों का अभिनंदन एवं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। साथ ही ऑनलाइन संगोष्ठी के सफल आयोजन हेतु संयोजकों एवं समस्त सदस्यों को शुभकामनाएं प्रेषित करता हूँ। जय हिंद, धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir. Valuable time and gracing the occasion. I now humbly request an idol of knowledge and experience, Dr. Upinder Dhar, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sri Vaishnav Vidyapit Vishwavidyalaya, for his words of wisdom.
Good morning and namaskar to everybody. Honorable Vice Chancellor of Devi Ahilya Vishwavidyalaya, Dr. Renu Jain, our keynote speaker, Professor P.K. Singh, Chancellor, Honorable Chancellor of Vaishnav Vidyapit Vishwavidyalaya, Purushottam Raj Pasari, Chairman of Vaishnav Institute of Management, SVIM, Devendra Kumarji Muchal, Girdhar Gopal Nagar ji, Agar ji, Vishnu Pasari ji, all other trustees present in this mission, all the delegates, guests, and my dear friends. Topic for this year's conference is very timely because all of us across the country are talking about implementation of National Education Policy 2020. Being a member of NEP 2020 Implementation Committee, I have identified some specific challenges that we'll be facing. पहला चैलेंज ये है, जैसा कि डॉक्टर जॉर्ज थॉमस ने कहा, that gross enrollment ratio, हायर एजुकेशन में जो ग्रॉस एनरोलमेंट रेशियो है 2018-19 में 26.3%, and National Education Policy has set the target of 50% by 2035. ये एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज इसलिए है कि 26.3% तो अक्रॉस नेशन है एवरेज, बट देयर इज लॉट ऑफ डाइवर्सिटी विद इन द कंट्री। ऐसे भी स्टेट्स है हमारे देश में जहां 16% है, जैसे बिहार 16%। ये नेशनल एवरेज से भी कई स्टेट्स ऐसे हैं जिनमें कम है। एट द सेम टाइम स्मॉलर स्टेट्स में फॉर एग्जांपल सिक्किम 51% है, नेशनल एवरेज से भी बेहतर। इन कंसर्न है जो कम है, नेशनल एवरेज से भी कम है, उनका कैसे इंप्रूव हुई, इंक्लूडिंग मध्य प्रदेश। मध्य प्रदेश में भी 21.5%। तो हाउ टू इंक्रीज दिस रेशियो? दैट मीन्स जो बच्चे स्कूल कंप्लीट करते हैं उनमें से सिर्फ 26.3% की एवरेज पूरा देश का जो है, जो बच्चे स्कूल पास करते हैं, 12th पास करते हैं, उनमें से सिर्फ 26.3% ही कॉलेजेस और यूनिवर्सिटीज में आते हैं, इनकी हायर एजुकेशन में आते हैं। एंड हाउ टू मेक इट 50%? दैट इज द फर्स्ट चैलेंज। बिकॉज अगर हम कैलकुलेशन करें, कुछ लोगों ने कैलकुलेशन किया है और वो ये कहना है कि अगले 15 साल 2020 से 2035, अगले 15 साल हर हफ्ते, एवरी वीक, वन न्यू हायर एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशन इज टू बी एस्टैब्लिश्ड। कैसे होगा? दिस द वेरी फर्स्ट मैसिव चैलेंज बिफोर ऑल ऑफ इन द कंट्री। सेकंड इज, एंड इवन अगर इंटरनेशनली देखें, इंटरनेशनली भी उन यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स का ग्रॉस एनरोलमेंट रेट 8% और हमारा 26.3%। 96% हमारा 26.3%। यूके का, यूनाइटेड किंगडम का 60 to 70% के बीच में है, जर्मनी का 70% है। वेयर डू वी स्टैंड? हम से भी कुछ देश ऐसे हैं जिनका कम है, लेकिन इस बात से हम खुश नहीं हो सकते कि चूंकि पाकिस्तान का हमारे से कम है, बांग्लादेश का हमारे से कम है तो खुश हो जाएंगे। उनका सीधी ग्लोबल प्लेटफॉर्म, वेयर डू वी स्टैंड? तो ये एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है विच वी शैल हैव टू फेस। दूसरा चैलेंज है फ्रॉम द फंडिंग पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू। नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी 2020 envisages an increase in education spending to 6% of GDP। नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी के हिसाब से GDP % एजुकेशन पे स्पेंड होना चाहिए, विच अमाउंट्स टू, वो कितना होता है? वो होता है 2.5 लाख करोड़ पर ईयर। लेकिन पॉलिसी हैज कम, अगर देखा जाए तो पॉलिसी कम्स इनटू बीइंग एट अ टाइम व्हेन इकोनॉमी हैज बीन बैटर्ड बाय कोविड-19 रिलेटेड लॉकडाउन। तो दो चीजें मेजर इश्यू जो कंट्री के सामने, एक तो हेल्थ केयर जिसमें बजट जरूरी है। सिमिलरली कोविड के कारण जो इंडस्ट्री इफेक्ट हुई है, इकोनॉमी इफेक्ट हुई है, उसको रिवाइव करना। Therefore, can we afford at least अगले 1-2 साल में, 2-3 सालों में, can we afford to have 6% of GDP for education? This is again a challenge. तीसरा challenge, in higher education, the disciplinary learning is a welcome step. नेशनल हायर एजुकेशन ने जो रिकमेंड किया है वो ये है कि हर यूनिवर्सिटी में, हर इंस्टीट्यूशन में मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी एजुकेशन होना चाहिए, एक ही डिसिप्लिन को पकड़ के नहीं। देयर शुड बी मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी, इंटरडिसिप्लिनरी, यानी कि जो डिपार्टमेंट्स के बीच में दीवारें हैं उनको तोड़ो, डाइल्यूट देम, लेट अ स्टूडेंट चूज द सब्जेक्ट ऑफ हिज चॉइस। एक बच्चे को फ्रीडम होनी चाहिए और देनी होगी, ताकि वो अगर मान लीजिए इंजीनियरिंग पढ़ रहा है तो उसको फ्रीडम होनी चाहिए कि मैनेजमेंट का कोर्स पढ़े, उसको फ्रीडम होनी चाहिए कि ह्यूमैनिटीज का कोर्स पढ़े, उसको फ्रीडम होनी चाहिए आर्ट एंड कल्चर में से कुछ पढ़े। तो फॉर दैट जो डिपार्टमेंट, जो हमने सीखा है पिछले 70 सालों में जब से यूनिवर्सिटी सिस्टम है अपने देश में, वी आर लिव इन कंपार्टमेंट्स। जो डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ फिजिक्स का है वो कहता है केमिस्ट्री वाला मेरी तरफ न देखिए, जो केमिस्ट्री देखता है वो कहता है कि मैनेजमेंट वाला डिपार्टमेंट मेरी तरफ न देखिए। तो वो मेरा मेरा वाला कल्चर हमारे देश में रहा कि फिजिक्स का बच्चा है तो मेरा है फिजिक्स डिपार्टमेंट में, अगर केमिस्ट्री का तो केमिस्ट्री डिपार्टमेंट समझता है कि ये मेरा है, मैनेजमेंट का तो मैनेजमेंट डिपार्टमेंट समझता है वो मेरा वाला टूटना है। लेकिन इसको तोड़ना, इसको डाइल्यूट करना, इन टेरिटरीज को तोड़ना बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज, क्योंकि एक मेंटल सेट बना हुआ है, एक थिंकिंग बनी हुई है, पर्टिकुलरली जो सीनियर लोग हैं जो ऑलरेडी प्रोफेशन में है, उनकी थिंकिंग कैसे चेंज करे कि ताकि ये समझे संस्थान में जो कुछ भी है हर बच्चे का है, हर बच्चे के लिए है। द फैसिलिटीज शुड बी ओपन टू ऑल स्टूडेंट्स। लैब अगर है तो वो खाली एक डिपार्टमेंट की नहीं है, लैब है तो वो सबके लिए है। तो द स्टूडेंट मे बी एनरोल्ड इन एनी डिसिप्लिन बट ही शुड बी हैविंग फ्रीडम टू यूज अ लैब। कहने की नहीं तुम इस डिपार्टमेंट में एनरोल्ड नहीं हो तो तुम सकते, वो दीवारें तोड़ना in itself is a challenge, particularly for the bigger institutions, bigger universities. हमारे देश में आज की तारीख में 14,06,000 टीचर्स है इन हायर एजुकेशन। हायर एजुकेशन से मतलब है कॉलेजेस एंड यूनिवर्सिटीज। 14,06,000 फैकल्टी है, टीचर्स। अब नई एजुकेशन पॉलिसी के हिसाब से मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी अप्रोच होगा, थिंग्स आर गोइंग टू चेंज एंड अगले 15 साल में हायर एजुकेशन का कंप्लीट ओवरऑल होगा। बाय 2035 द हायर एजुकेशन इन आवर कंट्री विल बी टोटली डिफरेंट। देयरफॉर इन 14 लाख जो अभी बढ़ेगा, कंटिन्यूअसली नंबर बढ़ेगा, उनको ट्रेन करना, कंटिन्यूअस ट्रेनिंग, कंटिन्यूअस फैकल्टी डेवलपमेंट ऑफ ह्यूज नंबर इज ए चैलेंज। इट्स अ चैलेंज, एक चुनौती है कि हम एक एक फैकल्टी को, एक पुराना हो नया हो, एंट्री पॉइंट हो या ऑलरेडी एग्जिस्टिंग हो, उनको डेवलप करना, कंटिन्यूअसली डेवलप करना, दैट इज ए चैलेंज इन इटसेल्फ बिकॉज ऑफ द लार्ज नंबर। ये है दैट आने वाले समय में हमारे देश में आज की तारीख में अलग अलग तरह के इंस्टीट्यूशन, एक तरफ हमारे यहाँ एफिलिएटिंग यूनिवर्सिटीज है, रेजिडेंशियल यूनिवर्सिटीज है, टेक्निकल एफिलिएटिंग यूनिवर्सिटीज है, ओपन यूनिवर्सिटीज है, डीम्ड टू बी यूनिवर्सिटीज है, बट प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटीज है। Now, National Higher Education Policy says, National Educational Policy says that no, आने वाले समय में तीन ही तरह के संस्थान रहेंगे, तीन ही तरह के संस्थान रहेंगे। एक रिसर्च इंटेंसिव यूनिवर्सिटीज, यानी कि एक कैटेगरी उनकी होगी जो रिसर्च इंटेंसिव होगी, यानी कि रिसर्च पे वहां जोर होगा ज्यादा, लेकिन खाली रिसर्च नहीं करेंगे, रिसर्च एंड टीचिंग। दूसरी कैटेगरी होगी टीचिंग यूनिवर्सिटीज, यहाँ पे टीचिंग एंड रिसर्च होगा, वहां भी रिसर्च होगा लेकिन जोर होगा टीचिंग, particularly postgraduate teaching. So teaching and then research. So first category research intensive में research and teaching, दूसरी category teaching universities में teaching and research, तीसरी category जो संस्थानों की बनेगी वो होगी autonomous degree granting colleges, autonomous degree granting colleges, यानी कि ये अपने देश में पहली बार होगा तो कोई भी कॉलेज डिग्री दे सकता है। इन अदर वर्ड्स, हमारे देश में जो एफिलिएशन का सिस्टम है वो खत्म होगा, इट विल बी स्क्रैप। एक भी अगले 15 साल में, बाय द एंड ऑफ 2015, एक भी कॉलेज एफिलिएटेड देश में नहीं होगा। तो एफिलिएशन सिस्टम इज गोइंग टू बी स्क्रैप, और ये जो संस्थान अच्छे होंगे, A++ एक्रेडिटेशन होगी, और भी कुछ नॉर्म्स वर्कआउट हो रहे हैं, कमिटी बनी है उसके लिए जो कि नॉर्म्स डेवलप कर रहे हैं कि कौन सा कॉलेज ऑटोनॉमस डिग्री ग्रांटिंग बन सकता है। तो वन क्राइटेरिया ऑफ कोर्स विल बी कंटिन्यूअसली एक्रेडिटेड, से A++ ऐसे कॉलेजेस। बट लेकिन हमारे देश में बहुत बड़ा है, आज की तारीख में हमारे पास 40,000 से 45,000 के बीच में कॉलेजेस हैं। तो एवरी कॉलेज इज नॉट एक्रेडिटेड, तो फिर क्या होगा उनका जो एक्रेडिटेड। हमारे देश में ऐसे भी बहुत सारे कॉलेजेस है, पर्टिकुलरली रूरल एरियाज में, जहां 100 भी बच्चे नहीं है, नॉट इवन 100। तो ऐसे कॉलेजेस का क्या होगा? क्या वो डिग्री ग्रांटिंग बन सकते हैं? नो। सो दे विल हैव टू मर्ज, या तो वो क्लस्टर्स बनेंगे, क्लस्टर्स के पार्ट बनेंगे, कॉलेजेस के क्लस्टर्स और ऑटोनोमस इंस्टीट्यूशंस में मर्ज होंगे, या किसी say a teaching university में merge होंगी. So उसके लिए the formula is being worked out how to do it. So it's the challenge, it's a big challenge to develop such institutions. Your degree colleges your degree grant करेंगे, and at the same time research intensive university जहाँ पे world class research हो, जिसको internationally cite करे वो, so that we rank top 20 in the world. आज की तारीख में हम top 200 में भी नहीं है, हमारी यूनिवर्सिटीज, हमारे इंस्टीट्यूशंस, हमारे आईआईटीज भी नहीं है. और हमारा नंबर कब से कहां से शुरू होता है? 250 के बाद. तो देयरफॉर चैलेंज है कि हम टॉप 20 में आए. उसके लिए वी नीड टू इम्प्रूव ग्रॉस एनरोलमेंट रेशियो. उसके ग्रॉस एनरोलमेंट रेशियो के लिए, एज आई सेड, वी नीड टू इंक्रीज द नंबर ऑफ इंस्टीट्यूशंस without compromise on the quality of education and without continuous development of the faculty. है वो है मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी अप्रोच रहेगा. जैसे नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में वो क्लियर बता रहे हैं यूनिवर्सिटी क्या है. ये जो हम बोल रहे हैं एफिलिएटेड यूनिवर्सिटी, रेजिडेंशियल यूनिवर्सिटी, ओपन, नो, डीम्ड टू बी. यूनिवर्सिटी का यूनिवर्सली ग्लोबली डेफिनेशन है that an institution that offers education in multidisciplinary disciplines at undergraduate, postgraduate and doctoral levels. That's all. तो अब क्वेश्चन है जो हमारे सामने चैलेंज है, फैकल्टी हर डिसिप्लिन में क्या मिलेगी? अगर हमको हिस्ट्री भी पढ़ानी है हर यूनिवर्सिटी में, तो ऑल द स्टूडेंट्स और तो लार्जर नंबर ऑफ स्टूडेंट्स हु मे चूज, जो बच्चे उसको चूज करेंगे, हिस्ट्री पढ़ना चाहेंगे, ज्योग्राफी पढ़ना चाहेंगे, इस तरह के जो सब्जेक्ट्स है, फैकल्टी. तो फैकल्टी ऐसे एरियाज में जिनमें ज्यादा लोग एडमिशन नहीं लेते, therefore we need to have faculty. कहां से कैसे होगा? It's a challenge. It's a challenge. It is possible. We can do it. मैं जो ये बात कह रहा हूं, ये एक चैलेंज के, these are challenges, चुनौतियां हैं which can be achieved, but उसके लिए हमें काम करना पड़ेगा. हाथ पे हाथ धरे रह के नहीं बैठ सकते. We shall have to work for it and attract students to the profession of teaching. तो shortage of faculty तो already है. अगर हमारे आईआईटीज और यूनिवर्सिटीज भी देखें आज की तारीख में, फैकल्टी पूरी नहीं, कई पोस्ट खाली वैकेंट, एंड इज अ कंसर्न. कल हम कोऑर्डिनेशन कमेटी में थे, मैडम भी थी, मैं भी था. गवर्नर का यही कंसर्न था कि भैया खाली जो पोस्ट है वो करो. तो चैलेंजेस, प्रॉब्लम ये है कि जब एडवर्टाइज करते हैं एप्लीकेशन आने की कोई कमी नहीं है, लेकिन जब उनका स्क्रीनिंग करते हैं तो देखते हैं कि भाई आपको मार्क है ही नहीं ज्यादातर लोग. फिर जब इंटरव्यू करते हैं तो देखते हैं भाई कोई नहीं मिल रहा है, सूटेबल ही नहीं है तो इक्का दुक्का है. सो दिस इज चैलेंज. दैट मींस हमें इवन ग्रासरूट लेवल पे स्कूल एजुकेशन से ही स्ट्रेंथन करना होगा. तो देयरफॉर इन चैलेंजेस को, इन चुनौतियों को हमको स्वीकार करना ही है एंड एक्शन लेना है. और फाइनली 7वां चैलेंज, अभी प्रोफेसर पीके सिंह भी बोलेंगे, मैडम रेनोटेन भी बोलेंगे, इसलिए मैं इनका समय नहीं लेना चाहता हूँ. लेकिन एक चैलेंज मैं जरूर बोलूंगा, क्योंकि अब नई शिक्षा नीति के हिसाब से कोई भी बच्चा किसी भी और डिसिप्लिन के कोर्सेज चूज कर सकता है. मान लीजिए बीटेक का बच्चा है, उसने कुछ कोर्सेज एडिशनली चूज किए दूसरे डिसिप्लिन से, और दूसरा बच्चा वो उसने बिल्कुल अलग कोर्सेज चूज किए दूसरे डिसिप्लिन से. नाउ द चैलेंज इज, क्या दोनों की प्लेसमेंट अपॉर्चुनिटी बराबर रहेगी? दैट इज अ चैलेंज. देयरफॉर हम सभी को यूनिवर्सिटीज में we shall have to work on our own statutes, our own, particularly the ordinances, to reframe the ordinances so that इस तरह की combinations को allow करे ताकि बच्चे place भी हो, because the education ultimately must culminate into employment, quality employment. either वो खुद employ हो बच्चे या अपना startup शुरू करे, they have to be capable for it. This time national education policy ने for the first time वोकेशनल एजुकेशन को मेन स्ट्रीम एजुकेशन में इंटीग्रेट किया. दैट इंटीग्रेशन मस्ट हेल्प इन इम्पार्टिंग स्किल्स, एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी स्किल्स, to the students. So these are some of the challenges which I had identified and I felt I must share with you. And I wish you all the best to the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your words of wisdom. All the dignitaries to release the souvenir of the conference 2021. I now request all the dignitaries on the dais, NEP members of the institute, to unveil the souvenir. Thank you all. Today, it's an honor to have among us the first woman Vice Chancellor of Devi Ahilya Vishwavidyalaya, Dr. Renu Jain. Ms. Khushbu Jain, Assistant Professor, Department of Management, to introduce our Chief Guest, Dr. Renu Jain.
Thank you, Ms. Suchila. Good morning to everyone. Professor Dr. Renu Jain is Vice Chancellor, Devi Ahilya Vishwavidyalaya, DAVV Indore, Madhya Pradesh. DAVV has accredited with A+ grade by NEP. Dr. Jain's research interests include light theory and special functions, mathematical model of biological and ecological systems. In 1989, she earned Nehru Centenary British Fellowship for working as post-doctoral fellow in Imperial College London for 1 year. She has supervised over 24 PhD and around 40 MPhil scholars so far. She has authored over 80 research papers published in various journals and proceedings. She has also organized and delivered lectures in several conferences, symposia, and workshops. Dr. Jain has served as member, Executive Council, and Dean, Faculty of Science of Jivaji University, Gwalior, Madhya Pradesh. She has served as head, School of Mathematics and Allied Science, and coordinator, MSc for Computer Science. She has chaired Equal Opportunity Cell and SHW Cell, and has also been a member of many important committees at Jivaji University, Gwalior, Madhya Pradesh. She is life member of academic societies like Indian Mathematical Society, and Applications, and the like. Dr. Jain is active member of editorial board of the Vikram Journal of Mathematics, Vikram University Ujjain, executive member of Vijnana Parishad of India, and president of Gwalior Academy of Mathematical Sciences. She also also national and international journals and is also an active member of NEP peer team for colleges. And personality to extend her words of motivation to the virtual gathering. Please, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, sir. Honorable Chancellor, Shri Pasari ji, Honorable Chairman, Shri Muchal ji, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Dhar, Honorable Keynote Speaker, Dr. P.K. Singh, Director IIM Trichy, Honorable guests, members of Organizing Committee, Dr. George, Dr. Shama and their team, and all enthusiastic participants. A very good morning to all. आप सबका स्वागत है, अभिनंदन है. At the outset, I congratulate the organizers to arrange this webinar on such an important and relevant topic, namely implementing national education policy, challenges and opportunities. I am sure that the deliberations at this webinar shall enable us to comprehend the rationale and philosophy behind this new education policy. It is a long-awaited policy and it took a long time to assume the final shape. Still, the journey of this policy from conception to final realization is not easy. It is having several challenges. We as peers and teachers and administrators, it is our responsibility to find out the ways to meet these challenges. We all are aware that the pandemic COVID-19 has been creating a paradigm shift that is realigning every system in every industry across the globe at once. Even the education sector is also similarly undergoing several changes in terms of generating and disseminating knowledge. Surprisingly, without any idea of such pandemics, the new education policy has already emphasized the importance of online education in order to ensure preparedness with alternative modes of quality education whenever and wherever traditional modes of education are not possible. It also envisages the establishment of National Educational Technology Forum to provide a platform for the free exchange of ideas on the use of technology to enhance learning, assessment, planning, and administration. It ensures that measures such as online courses and digital repositories, funding for research, improved student services, credit-based recognition of MOOCs, etc. should be taken to make distance learning at par with the highest quality in class programs. As we are seeing that throughout the last year, this online education only came to assist us. The nation was stopped, but our education didn't stop. Through online teaching, all the teachers imparted knowledge to the student, to the willing students. This education policy lays particular emphasis on the development of the creative potential of each individual. It is based on the principle that education must develop not only cognitive capacities such as critical thinking and problem solving, but also social, ethical, and emotional capacities and dispositions. Inspired by the rich heritage of ancient and eternal Indian knowledge and thought, the National Education Policy envisions an education system rooted into Indian ethos that contributes directly to transforming Bharat sustainably into an equitable and vibrant knowledge society by providing high quality education to all and thereby making it a global knowledge superpower. More significantly, the policy, as pointed out by Dr. Dhar also, the policy envisages broad-based, multidisciplinary, holistic undergraduate education with flexible curricula, creative combinations of subjects, integration of vocational education, and multiple entry and exit points with appropriate certification. Vocational education will be made integral part of higher education, and a National Committee for Integration of Vocational Education will be constituted by MHRD. The policy envisages the establishment of a national research foundation, which will be governed independently of the government. NRF will provide a competitive, peer-reviewed funding to develop research culture across all disciplines. A Higher Education Commission of India will be set up as a single regulatory body. This HECI will have 4 verticals to deal with regulation, accreditation, grants, and academic standards. These were the some highlights of this higher education policy. Thus we see that it is a well-drafted visionary document that is aligned with the aspirational goals of 21st century education, while building upon India's traditions and value system. But any policy's effectiveness depends on its implementation. Such implementation will require multiple initiatives and actions, which will have to be taken by multiple bodies. Through the synchronized effort, the objectives of this policy will be, we hope that will be achieved very soon. The UGC is already taking a lead in this direction. It has already set up an academic bank of credit. It has already chalked out the policy for setting up the academic bank of credit. And for other steps also, it is taking, for other initiatives also, it is taking steps. At university level, what we are doing, what we can do, we can introduce 4-year degree program. We'll have to change, as pointed out by Dr. Dhar, we'll have to change our ordinances. We have to set our board of studies to chalk out the programs which with multiple exits as per NEP guideline principles. Accordingly, the curriculum for each program and the syllabus of major and minor subjects will have to be designed with provisions of subject-wise credit transfer from or to other UTDs and HEIs. There should be a mode for transfer of credits from other institutes as well as to our institute. Similarly, for the programs, different educational programs also, the credits can be assigned. As DAVV, we have already set up a committee for implementation of this policy, and which is thinking upon that or finding out the measures. So we plan to develop a system to facilitate students to take advantage of academic bank of credit. We will offer credit-based subjects in 3 distinct areas, namely community engagement and service, environmental education, and value-based education. Detailed syllabus with activity-based learning will be prepared for such subjects. Inter-UTD multidisciplinary research will be encouraged in the university by making special provisions for funding for research proposals. In this policy, there is mention that all affiliated colleges, as also pointed out by Dr. Dhar, also they will have their own autonomy. So in that case, our university will have to prepare plans for alternative sources of revenues also. It gives permission to foreign universities to open campus in India. University will prepare itself by enhancing the physical and IT infrastructure, teaching and research and governance to meet international standards, and should be able to retain students as well as attract foreign students. IT infrastructure and services should be highly enhanced so as to meet the international norms for online management of academic processes and effective delivery of e-contents. The university is already conducting many vocational courses. Steps will be taken to integrate them with mainstream courses. Department of Languages will also prepare detailed syllabus for courses in translation, interpretation, and other relevant areas. We shall also plan to start several generic courses. Just like in the science stream, the student will be allowed to take some courses from arts stream, and there will be some different credits for them, which can be deposited in the academic bank of credit. As we see that presently our country is coming out of this fear of coronavirus, but still we have to observe and follow all protocols for safety, security, and good health. This crisis has brought to the surface the perils of ignoring our interconnectedness with nature. Apart from this, the perils of climate change and global warming are too real and imminent to be ignored anymore. We should therefore develop a sense of stewardship towards the vast. In addition to initiatives for the national education policy, we should also develop a sense of stewardship towards the vast resources of nature, which human beings must preserve with compassion and respect for its delicate balance. As responsible citizens of Bharat, we are all concerned with the degrading moral values and decreasing quality of education throughout the country. Through such programs, we can inculcate human values and professional ethics in the students, which help them make decisions and create paths that are good not only for them, but also good for the society, for the nation, and for the whole world as whole. Yesterday, as pointed out by Dr. Dhar, a meeting in the meeting of coordination committee, Honorable Governor Madam and Honorable Education Minister also shared their concern for this, for the early implementation of this policy. And we sincerely hope that through such sincere efforts, we shall be successful in the implementation of this policy, as pointed out by them, that the government wants that the policy should be implemented by this the new session in July itself. So we sincerely hope that we shall together we shall make efforts and we shall come out with success in the implementation of this policy. With these words, I wish all the participants a great success and sincerely hope that through such programs, a new vision for social change will come out and our dream for self-reliant India could be realized. Thank you so much. Thanks. Namaskar. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you very Thank you very much, ma'am, for accepting our invitation, valuable time from your busy schedule, and gracing this event with your blessings and valuable insights. We all are honored by your presence, ma'am. Today, we are honored to have among us an idol of knowledge, a person with rich pool of experience, Dr. Pawan Kumar Singh, Director, Indian Institute of Management, Tiruchirappalli. We welcome you, sir. I now once again invite Ms. Khushbu Jain to introduce our keynote speaker.
Thank you, ma'am. Professor Dr. Pawan Kumar Jain is currently designated as Director of IIM Tiruchirappalli. He has served as Director of Management Development Institute, Gurgaon, Director in charge of IIM Indore, and Chairperson of Academic Committee of IIM Sambalpur. Dr. Singh has been Professor of Organizational Behavior and Human Resource Management at Indian Institute of Management, Indore, NITIE, Mumbai, IGNOU, New Delhi, Kanpur University, and Vikram University at Delhi. Bank of India's Industrial Relations Officer, having served at Jamshedpur and Ranchi. Dr. Singh is PhD in Management with post-graduation in Economics as well as Personnel Management and Industrial Relations. He was consultancy and trained personnel of all levels from various professions like management, engineering, medicine, defense services, bureaucracy, science, education, judiciary, and editorial services. He has published books, research articles, and popular articles, and has presented various academic papers in national and international seminars. I feel bound in requesting Dr. Pawan Kumar Singh for addressing our virtual audience. Please, sir.
Thank you very much.
Professor Singh, you have logged in at two places. You have to close one.
Which one, sir?
Yes, now it's okay. Now it is, no, you have to log out from one. You are logged in at two places. एक का withdraw कर लीजिए, then it will be okay.
I think I had logged on. I'm sorry. Will be
तो
taken.
भगवान कृष्ण की तरह एक से ज्यादा जगहों पे दिख रहे हैं आप, तो एक को क्लोज कर दीजिए.
Okay. There are two logins, please. At one login I have to close. Just a minute. Is it better now?
Yes, it's okay now.
All right. It has been said, Eko Brahma Dvitiyo Nasti, there is only one God. I logged in at two places and got confused. So, truth is one. Thank you very much, Professor Dhar Sahab. So, I think now I am clearly audible. Is it, sir?
Yes,
Thank
clear.
you. Thank you. Honorable Vice Chancellor of Devi Ahilya Vishwavidyalaya, Dr. Renu Jain ji. Honorable Chancellor of Sri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth, Sri Purushottam Das ji Pasari ji. The Chairman of Sri Vaishnav Institute of Management, Sri Devendra Kumar ji Muchhal. Honorable Vice Chancellor of Sri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth, Dr. Upinder Dhar ji. The Director of Vaishnav Institute of Management, Dr. George Thomas ji. Secretary of Sri Vaishnav Institute of Management, Sri Girdhar Gopal ji Nagar. All dear colleagues of all institutions of Vaishnav Group of Institution, dear delegate, scholars, academic fraternity, and friends from industries, guests, very dear students, ladies and gentlemen. Very happy to be here at this platform and thankful to the family of Vaishnav Vidyapeeth and institution to give me opportunity to be here and get engaged in the process of mutual learning on the topic implementing new education policy, challenges and opportunities. It is a very vast and interesting domain to delve into. And let me say that first of all raise me a question, because questions can be raised from many angles. What, why, when, how, where, who. Rudyard Kipling said, we keep 6 honest serving men. I keep 6 honest serving men. They taught me all. Their names are what and why and when, and how and where and who. So if we try to raise questions from many angles, then only we would get answers from many angles, because we have to have 360-degree approach to capture from all angles the implementation part of new education policy 2020. And first of all, in the process of raising question, I will raise question of why dimension, new education policy 2020. Why? It has been also said that why people raise the question with why. So, all right, I'm also searching for some wisdom. So I'm raising the question from the angle why. Why NEP 2020? This answer I get from Kiskindha Kand of Valmiki Ramayana. And this says, Mule hi sati siddhyanti guna sarve phalodaya. Valmiki writes, and here we get answer for why at all we are searching for the spirit of NEP 2020 to be implemented. And sutra is, Mule hi sati siddhyanti Guna sarve phalodaya. Means in any endeavor, mule hi sati siddhyanti. Mool means root. If we address the causes of the root, if we irrigate the root, then only siddhyanti. It means then only we get fruits. Means by irrigating the roots, we get fruits. Guna sarve phalodaya. Sarve phalodaya. Phalodaya means phalka uday. Means we start getting fruition. We start getting benefits of all kinds, of all characteristics. So, we are running IIM Tiruchirappalli, or we are running Vaishnav Institute of Management, or Vaishnav Vidyapeeth, or country as such, or society or state as such. The first sutra is that we must not forget the sight of the roots. Mule hi sati siddhyanti. First of all, we should ask why we exist. What is the purpose of this institution? What is the purpose of this policy? What is the purpose of this constitution? What is the purpose of this country? So what is the purpose of NEP? The purpose, as I understand, are like this. And then we can think about how to implement it. Because NEP 2020 documents are available to everyone, and all of us have read it. So I will not go into further detail about where it is emphasizing, but I would like to say the implementation part, and as academician, as a stakeholder, as promoter of academic institution, as students and researchers, what are the issues we have to address? So why NEP 2020? The answer from my angle is that this is basically to promote. In one sentence, I'm trying to capture. Of course, it is a difficult task, and I may create some folly, but still I'm trying to capture in one sentence how I understand the purpose of NEP 2020. So the basic objective of NEP 2020 is to facilitate assimilation of knowledge, dissemination of knowledge, and creation of knowledge through providing mechanism of three types: purely academic, semi-academic, and administrative. Full stop. This is my understanding, because I firmly believe that in order to capture the essence, we should be able to summarize something in one sentence. So if I ask a student, have you read this novel? And if he or she says, I have read this novel, and NEP 2020 policy is also a big document, say it is a novel. And if I ask a student, have you read this novel? If he or she says yes, then if I ask him or her, can you summarize the novel in one sentence? And if he or she is able to summarize the novel in one sentence, then as a teacher, I'll feel you have understood the crux, essential part of that novel. So I have tried to summarize the purpose of NEP in one sentence. And the purpose is that NEP 2020 policy is to facilitate assimilation, dissemination, and creation, providing three institutional mechanism of three types: purely academic, semi-academic, and administrative in nature, full stop. Now, from here we will proceed that how to implement, let us say, this 20. First of all, we have to understand the spirit of NEP 2020. And spirit has been nicely described here and also summarized by Honorable Dr. Renu Jain ji and Honorable my very good friend and my well-wisher, Dr. Upinder Dharsa. So, what exactly it aims at? If I take a student as the most important stakeholder at receiver, stakeholder is important, but at receiver end, who is the most important stakeholder? Is student. And then if we try to understand what kind of student we need to prepare through this NEP 2020, answer may be that we want to develop a student who is an integrated individual, has understanding, deeper understanding of his or her own subject, and also is able to integrate that subject with other subjects, because there is no subject in compartmentalization. Professor Dhar very nicely put that why chemistry laboratory of the university should belong to every student of at least that university. I'll not say that anyone walking on the road should be able to reach that lab, but chemistry lab of my university, and I am, let us say, a student of philosophy, should be available to me at least to understand what my friends in chemistry MSc classes they do in laboratory. I may not be able to do any chemical, let us say, experimentation in laboratory as a student of physics, but I should know what my friends in chemistry do. Point is that now we need to create a student or set of students who are masters of one subject, but actually has knack of all the subjects. I would like to say that knack of all subjects and master of one. Master of one, because master of all, only Goddess Saraswati can be master of all. As a humble person, we can only try to be master of one, but in integrated manner. So we need to develop integrated individual. And this integrated individual would be an asset for society. I would like to bring one example from my own life. In class 8th, we were asked to take science or art. And we were not, at that stage, we were not such students who could understand the value of science and art. And there was only one understanding, that better students till class 7th take science in class 8th, and let us say, and the followers or a bit laggard would take arts. Such a funny categorization we had in our mind. Very, very funny. You see, then some of us took science. I also took science because I claimed that I was fairly a good student. It took me at least 1 decade more after I had joined class 8 that this division of science and art was typically misplaced. And I would like to inform to august audience that at least my university was even liberal at that point of time when there was no NEP 2020, and I'm talking about 1979. At least my university was liberal to allow me to take subject in my intermediate like this: physics, chemistry, mathematics, English literature, Hindi, and economics. I studied these subjects in intermediate, and I am lucky to study physics, chemistry, mathematics along with English, Hindi, and economics. And later on, though I could have done physics honors or chemistry honors or mathematics honors, because I had got fairly good marks in all subjects, I chose to do economics honors with mathematics and English literature as subsidiary subject. So I would say I'm one of those lucky persons that even without NEP 2020 spirit available at that point of time, I enjoyed in my personal life the spirit of NEP 2020, and the spirit is multidisciplinary approach. You see, half-baked scientists would say, I do not believe in God. Half-baked scientist. But a scientist like Einstein would say that purpose of science is basically the philosophy of social society and to serve the society. And if science fails to serve the society, science or physics is not contributing. That's why a student of physics should know that sociology is very matured subject. And let me tell from my heart, sociology is one of the most matured subjects. And it is not discussed or debated. At best, when we go to art side, we say economics, history, political science. What about sociology? What about, let us say, Michael Foucault's contribution, or Emile Durkheim's contribution, or Karl Marx's contribution as a sociologist, not as an economist? Have we understood them? Because after all, we live in society, and our education is not only preparing us for living, but also for life. We have to not only increase the standard of living, but standard of life. So let me propose that how we have to understand science and art divide, and also commerce, everything to be taken together. I understand that science is the mechanism of of planting a tree. Planting a tree is science, and flowering and fruition on that tree is art. I will give another example. Climbing the mountain is science, but when you reach the top of the mountain and see the other side and start and get mesmerized by the scenery of the other side, this is art, because by seeing the other side, you say wow or wow, and then you start writing a poetry on the beautiful scenery of other side. That is art. So if physics, chemistry, and mathematics as science helps to create that feeling of art, and society becomes more, let us say, wholesome. Science basically deals, means from one angle I can say in this statement, but science deals with quantitative dimension of the world, whereas art deals with the qualitative dimension of the world. Science will say that H2O is the formula of water, fine, but art would say that how water serves the purpose of society. In Roti Kapda Aur Makan, there was a song in film Roti Kapda Aur Makan. Pani re pani, tera rang kaisa, jisme mila de lage us jaisa. Pani se sundar koi cheez nahi hai, though pani is colorless. The colorless thing is most colorful in the world because it can acquire many colors. So understanding pani, water, from the science angle and art angle. Understanding flower from science angle and art angle. I don't think that that more number of poetry has been written, none other than on moon. Chand pe sabse zyada kavitaएं शायद लिखी गई होंगी. So moon has art side, but moon has its science side also. And when humanity or human being reached on moon and brought the sample of soil from there and chemical analysis was done, we understand the science side of moon, but there is art side of moon also. So this divide of science, art, and commerce has to go, because whole existence exists as an unison, as a complete gestalt, as a complete integration, a complete symbiosis. So we need to develop students who can see in one go every dimension of the subjects which we teach in university. That divide has to go. And that's why a dilemma arises. And there are two types of approaches we have to take. What is that common minimum package? I'm saying, what is that common minimum package that we should teach to every student, right from school to university or research level, so that the spirit of NEP 2020 is properly implemented, and at the end of the degree, the student actually emerges from the portal of his convocation stage as an integrated individual. There are two approaches. One is, what is that common minimum package we need to share to student that every citizen of India, educated citizen of India, emerges as wholesome personality? What is that common minimum, and how it has to start at primary level, and let us say secondary level, and high school level, and early college level, and PG level, UG level, PG level, and UG level has two stages points now as per this policy: 3 years UG and 4 years UG. One who will go for 4th year of UG, it means actually is going for more deeper specialization into that, and perhaps will go to PG and research. What is that common minimum we must teach to every student, whether in future he would be taking botany honors or history honors or philosophy honors or management honors or any subject? So what is that common minimum we should teach? This is a big challenge. And secondly, once a student reaches to 4th year of graduation, it means now a student has declared, I would like to be specialized in this shade of knowledge. What is that customized package of, let us say, knowledge that we need to share through syllabi students of various shades of knowledge? For example, if someone will be doing botany honors and MSc botany and PhD in botany, or physics honors and MSc in physics and PhD in physics, what would be that knowledge domain which should be added to students who will be doing specialized study in physics, specialized studies in botany, specialized study in management, specialized study in economics, because implementation will need actually various approaches. Common minimum approach for all students of the nation, and focused or customized packaging of the subject of who will be doing a specialization in various subjects. This is one challenge, and this conference is also basically a research conference. Various papers are there. We should do research on all these aspects, that what is that common minimum and what is subject specific, let us say, packaging we have to do for various subjects. The other challenge is, say for example, NEP says that every student should be equipped with Indian knowledge system, art and culture, values and skills. Now, question arises, how to make these all aspects embedded into our syllabi? And I will humbly warn, when I warn my colleagues, I warn first of all myself, all my academic colleagues, that when we say holistic education, whatever subject I know, I should not start imposing my domain of knowledge on all. For example, I am a student of management now. I should not say that everybody should read management and of this much amount. Because if given the chance, I will say everybody should read full paper of management at 4th year of graduation in whatever subject you are doing graduation. It will serve a purpose, but I should not start imposing. I should see that from my domain, what is that part should go for the becoming part of the syllabi to be taught at 4th year of graduation. So neither, if I am a scholar of Sanskrit, I should not start imposing that Sanskrit should be taught to everyone. If I am a scholar of botany, I should not start imposing that, you see, whenever you see outside window, you see only trees and botany, so it is for everyone, it is important. If I am expert of zoology, I should not start imposing zoology. We have to sit together and with very empathetic mode, we have to find out what is that packaging. So I'll propose, let us say, for example, one thing. If Indian knowledge system and human values and ethics and skills to be compulsory part of, let us say, all students of all level, I'll propose here like this. At primary level, for implementation, because our final product is student and integrated student, at primary level, we should bring human values and ethics through stories, because if we give only a debate or logical points to students, it will not serve the purpose. And research findings say that through stories, when we share with primary level students something, it enters into the right side of the brain and quickly becomes part of the personality of human being. I would like to here remind that Shivaji, her mother, Jijabai, used to tell her stories of very high values and, let us say, including high need for achievement, and Shivaji became Shivaji. Even Professor Dhar would agree, and our professors of management would agree, that McClellan had got a correlation between the kind of stories we share at primary level of education connected with, let us say, need for achievement motivation of the nation, culminating into per capita income and per capita electricity consumption. Very surprisingly, I would like to say these kinds of findings are available, that kind of stories you share with primary school students actually culminates into per capita income and per capita electricity consumption, which these two factors are strong indicators of development index of nation. Now, once we move, let us say, to higher school level or early college level, at that point of time, we have to implement which will connect to our Indian knowledge system based on our, let us say, deeper knowledge available in Sanskrit literature or literature across the country. You see, today is also a language day, or we can today is basically a day is being celebrated throughout the world, and today is the day of Mother Tongue Day. Matribhasha Divas hai aaj. And if I am strong in my Matribhasha, I can pick up other languages very well. So our education at high school level and at early entry school and entry college level has to be embedded in the Indian knowledge system, and vast literature available in various languages. See, Purandar Das wrote 22,000 verses in Kannada. Vemana wrote in Telugu, or Tiruvalluvar wrote in Tamil, or Chandidas wrote in Bengali, or contributed in Rajasthan area. Maharashtra is land of saints, and right from Saint, let us say, Tukaram and Namdev and Eknath, Sant Gyaneshwar, they all were born there and they have contributed to literature. So many literature. Entire Punjab literature, if you see in Gurmukhi, all 10 gurus contributed. And before that also in Punjabi, Farid had contributed. So many contributions are there. These all have to be actually exposed to our students to keep their feet on ground and head in the sky. We want to create students who have got their head in the sky. It means their thought is universal, but they are actually well grounded in their own culture. Their feet are on. For this, we need to do this kind of intervention. But at the 4th year of graduation or at PG level, we must be able to tell them subject-specific ethical values. What are the ethics for in medicine? Ethics for engineers, ethics for managers, let us say a student in political science, and all these. So if we draw a syllabi like this, that right from primary level to higher secondary level to early college level to 4th year of graduation to PG, what is that common minimum program? And especially at 4th year of graduation and PG level and PhD level, profession-specific programs which will create integrated human being. So these are, I would like to say that on academic, semi-academic and administrative level, there are mechanisms available. These all are given in NEP, especially administrative level mechanism, that how various mechanisms are available, like Shiksha Ayo or one regulator scheme. These all are administrative level. At semi-academic level, we have to find out that how we will create a learning environment in the entire system, and at core level, that what exactly will be taught and how it will be taught. I'll just give you example how it will be taught, and especially we follow in Management Institute. Two things I would like to say simply, that when we do course structuring, in course structuring when we do, we have to move from model A to model B. Suppose we are at model A. What is model A? Model A is structuring in a way where the informed is teaching the non-informed, teaching history in 1st year of BA, and I'm teaching with a mode that informed teacher is teaching the non-informed, uninformed student. Our structure of the course has to be different now. Of that informed informing the uninformed, to second model, the informed informing the informed. And that's why our course structuring should be so clear that a student knows that tomorrow the session that I'm going to attend, that what would be taught, what are the cross references of, let us say, material, what preparation faculty will be expected to do on what kind of material. That material is available to students also, because you know, in Hindi film, the hero, when fights with villain, gives the weapon in the hand of villain also, throws it and says that I don't want to attack on unarmed person. Similarly, as teacher, we should say to a student that tomorrow when I'm going to class, these material I'm going to refer to myself, you also refer, come informed, and then there will be a debate between the informed and other informed. So it is not like informed teaching the uninformed. We have to move to teaching that where informed is teaching. Not only we can say it is adult education. We have to move, at least in higher education, from pedagogy to andragogy. So these all issues are there. I did not refer much to NEP 2020 because those all material are there. I just spoke my mind that a student of management, I think about implementation of NEP. Enormous challenges are there, and researchers, they need to do research in various areas. I have identified few areas. Just I'll quickly summarize within 2 minutes, and then I'll close my discussion. Some of the major research areas where we need to delve our minds and heart both together are: number one, how to make a multidisciplinary approach and holistic education. And there are various shades of it. There will be at least 6 or 7 broad shades of it, but multidisciplinary is one area where we need to focus in our research. The second area can be how there can be equity and inclusion in higher education, because our country is vast. Our country is itself a world. It is much bigger than Western Europe, much bigger than that in size and also in size of population. And there are many challenges. We have to bring equity. The third broader dimension of research is how to create motivated, energized faculty, because it has to be highly attractive field. And the first choice of the brightest mind should be to go in academics, because academicians only produce all kinds of stakeholder of the society. And we hope that with new scheme, let us say, like there is UPSC, there would be Education Ayog, Shiksha Ayog. We hope that Shiksha Ayog will be able to do that. The fourth dimension of research would be, because this has come, even Corona will go away tomorrow, certainly it will go away, but still this online education is going to remain. We have tested the importance of it, and a hybrid model in future would sustain. So technology education interface is another area of research, and tomorrow we may need that even when Corona is out and we can have 100 class, but whether for a particular group of audience, particular group of participants, whether still hybrid model will work, that kind of research we need to do. And then next area of research basically is that how to integrate the global standard with our Indian education, and how actually, and Professor Dhar was also highlighting that we need to touch to the global level. And here I would highlight, not only we need to learn the best global practices for our institution, actually our country is also embedded with deeper cultural and, let us say, philosophical values, how to fetch these values to the world in return. I would like to say there has to be a return gift model, that when we learn from the world, what we can make world to learn from, find that originality. The other area of research can be the finding, let us say, innovation in education research and its ranking processes. The further area of research can be integrating higher educational system to basically 3 areas, that pure academics and technical knowledge and vocational knowledge, because vocational knowledge has to reach at all level of students. And final in my list, the area of research can be how governance, regulation, mechanism, pure structured body of managing education can actually create impetus and impact on our system. So various areas of research actually are inviting our attention to do research and help this NEP 2020 in its full spirit to reach each square inch of the country. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and I wish great success for this discussion and this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Valuable time and gracing this occasion. We all are honored by your presence. Sir has suggested that for effective 2020, first we have to understand creation of knowledge and facilitation of knowledge. He has also discussed about what is the common minimum knowledge package that should be given to all the students. What are the areas of research that has to be focused? Thank you once again, sir, for the valuable insight and suggestions that you have given in NEP 2020. Gratitude makes sense of our past, brings peace today, and creates a vision for tomorrow. It inspires happiness and carries divine influence. I now request Nagar, Secretary, the Vaishnav Institute of Management, the first vote of please, sir.
नमस्कार। संस्थान में आयोजित ऑनलाइन राष्ट्रीय संगोष्ठी के उद्घाटन सत्र के मुख्य अतिथि आदरणीय डॉक्टर रेणु जैन, कुलपति देवी अहिल्या विश्वविद्यालय इंदौर एवं मुख्य वक्ता आदरणीय डॉक्टर पी.के. सिंह, निर्देशक भारतीय प्रबंध संस्थान तिरुचिपल्ली, श्री पुरुषोत्तम दास जी पसारी, कुलाधिपति श्री वैष्णव विद्यापीठ विश्वविद्यालय इंदौर, विशेष अतिथि डॉक्टर उपिंदर धर, कुलपति श्री वैष्णव विद्यापीठ विश्वविद्यालय इंदौर, संस्थान के अध्यक्ष श्री देवेंद्र कुमार जी मुच्छाल, उपाध्यक्ष श्री कैलाश संजय आगार, कोषाध्यक्ष श्री विष्णु जी पसारी, सह सचिव श्री मनीष जी बहायती, श्री कमल जी भुराड़िया, सचिव श्री वैष्णव विद्यापीठ ट्रस्ट, संस्थान के निर्देशक एवं कॉन्फ्रेंस चेयरमैन डॉक्टर जॉर्ज थॉमस, श्री वैष्णव विद्यापीठ विश्वविद्यालय के रजिस्ट्रार डॉक्टर अरविंद सिंह जी, संगोष्ठी के संयोजक एवं विभागाध्यक्ष डॉक्टर क्षमा पैठनकर, डॉक्टर चटर्जी एवं वैष्णव न्यास के समस्त ट्रस्टीगण, श्री वैष्णव समूह के विभिन्न संस्थानों से पधारे हुए प्राचार्यगण, मीडिया के प्रतिनिधि, विभिन्न महाविद्यालयों के प्रतिभागी, संस्थान के शिक्षकगण एवं विद्यार्थीगण, आप सभी का इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में पधारने पर आभार प्रकट करता हूं। विशेष तौर पर मैं आज के इस ऑनलाइन कार्यक्रम के मुख्य अतिथि डॉक्टर रेणु जैन, कुलपति देवी अहिल्या विश्वविद्यालय इंदौर एवं मुख्य वक्ता डॉक्टर पी.के. सिंह, निर्देशक भारतीय प्रबंध संस्थान तिरुचिरापल्ली का भी हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, जिन्होंने अपने बहुमूल्य समय में से समय निकालकर शोधार्थियों एवं विद्यार्थियों को अपने ज्ञान से लाभान्वित किया। संस्थान आपके इस ओजस्वी उद्बोधन द्वारा गौरवान्वित है। प्रतिभागियों से भी आशाएं नहीं वरन पूर्ण विश्वास है कि आप अपने शोध में आज दिए गए विचारों को समाहित करेंगे, जिससे आपके द्वारा शिक्षा प्रबंधन की क्षमता में अभिवृद्धि होगी। मैं श्री वैष्णव विद्यापीठ विश्वविद्यालय के माननीय कुलाधिपति श्री पुरुषोत्तम दास जी पसारी एवं कुलपति डॉक्टर धर का भी आभारी हूँ, जिन्होंने अपनी उपस्थिति एवं व्यक्तित्व में सभी का मार्गदर्शन किया। आपका मार्गदर्शन भविष्य में भी प्राप्त होता रहेगा, यही आशा करता हूँ। मैं कॉन्फ्रेंस के चेयरमैन, संस्थान के निर्देशक डॉक्टर जॉर्ज थॉमस को भी बधाई एवं धन्यवाद देता हूँ कि उन्होंने इस आयोजन की रूपरेखा एवं क्रियान्वयन को बहुत ही अच्छे तरीके से समायोजित किया है। इसमें सभी शिक्षकों और स्टाफ को भी धन्यवाद देता हूं, जिनके समेकित प्रयास से इस कॉन्फ्रेंस को सफल बनाया। अंत में सभी प्रतिभागियों का भी हृदय से आभार है, जिन्होंने इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में शिरकत की, क्योंकि आपके बिना यह कॉन्फ्रेंस सफल नहीं हो सकती थी। एक बार पुनः मैं आप सभी का अभिवादन एवं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। नमस्कार।
Thank you, sir. There will be 4 technical sessions running online, the link of which is already provided to all the participants. You all can join the link and attend the conference. Wish you all of luck and a wonderful day ahead. Now, I request you all to please rise for national anthem. भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की।
Okay, Namaskar. I think we can exit now.
वो महेश्वरी जी को मैं बोला था कि वो नाम बदलने
बहुत क्रेडिट मिलेगा और नेशनल स्कॉलरशिप के लिए, क्योंकि ये मेन नंबर ये हाईलाइट तो करेंगे ना। आपने कर रखा है क्या ऑन? को बंद कर ही देते हैं, मतलब ये
morning, one and all. Earlier, I have passed that earlier video. Save that and paste it in Paint and save that as an image. Okay, so I have done that. For example, I will show you here. If I save that, the details here. So make sure don't customize certificate space, enough space. Fine. For this, click on this blank saved here, right? Now you adjust this position. So this position we have to adjust in such a way that that will be inside this dialog box. Otherwise, how much it is there inside, that much only it will be displayed, right?
This little puzzle piece. So if you're starting one from scratch, add in a lot of default. The email address is where it knows. This is probably just me being neurotic, boring you to death and creating certification is off, passing score. And depending on that passing score determines whether or not they will receive that certificate via email. And then you've got a whole bunch of different templates that now I'm going to leave this open for a second just to kind of show you where all go into full name right here. The other identifier, we'll just call it the name of your form. So Sky Color Quiz would show up large, kind of like the name, and that would be what the certificate would be for. Then it would auto the date that they passed it on and with a score of what? For your questions, so I've got blue, and one is because everything is enabled and ready to EDU one because it's Math 7 or maybe, you know, 4th grade, so I get that certificate. Open this up. It's here for Sky Color Quiz. That this certificate declares %. So if you want to create your own custom templates, and if you're interested in applications and to even email custom part, I'm really just going to show you how to use the very basic features of Certify. And then in the second video, I'm going to show you how to create a custom template that you could upload to your own Google form. So in this first one, like I said, we're really just going over setting everything up form. So in this first one, like I said, we're really just going over setting everything up and how to use it. So this link is within the blog post, or so in this first one, like how to create Certify, and then in the second video, I'm going to go a little bit more in depth if you want to get a bit more techie and show you how to create a custom template that you could upload, create your own custom templates, but they do have quite a few nice ones that you can use here to get started, certify them, and depending on that path, and again, basic features of Certify them. And then in the second video, I'm going to get a bit more techie and show you how to create a custom template that you could upload and with a score of what? Now, when you come down and you look at your quiz, you need to make sure that you have added in an answer key for your question. So I've got blue, and 1 point is what it is worth. And from there, we can actually test out our quiz because everything is enabled and ready to go. So as you can see, it's really, really simple and very user-friendly. So I'm going to put in my email address. I wanted my Boost EDU one because it has a lot of email in it. And my full name and the school. So if I was a student, what school do I attend? You might, if it's for a certain class, maybe it's for Math 8 or Math 7 or maybe, you know, 4th grade math. I'm sorry, I'm thinking math because I've been a math teacher, but it could be for whatever you want it to be. It doesn't have to be a school name. And then what color is the sky? So obviously right now I want to make sure I choose the right answer so I get that certificate. And when I submit it, it will automatically email me the printable certificate if I have passed that quiz. So I'm going to go to my email, open this up, and wait for it to email me. And you can see it comes from Certify. It says your certificate is here for Sky Color Quiz. It actually comes from the email address in which you made the quiz from, so that's kind of cool. And when I open the PDF, and you can see that this certificate declares that Megan Kelly from Senior Middle School has completed the Sky Color Quiz on 1/13/2018 and with a passing score of 100%. So as you can see, Certify is a super easy tool that you can use, and it can even get more advanced if you want to create your own custom templates. And if you're interested in that, I will show you that in the following video. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Honorable dignitaries, learned delegates, revered teachers and dear students, a very good evening to all. An assistant professor on behalf of Sri Vaishnav Institute of Management, welcome you all to the valedictory session of the Online National Conference 2021 on Implementing NEP, Challenges and Opportunities. Swami Vivekananda have rightly said, fill in the brains with high thoughts, highest ideas, play the day and night before you, and out of which will come some great work. The National Conference was an attempt to throw light on the challenges to be faced and opportunities for quality education from the perspective of the new National Education Policy 2020, introduced by our Indian government. The research papers presented in the conference have explored various areas that will be affected by the new policy. Also, we gained great insights for improving the quality of education and research. The knowledge shared by intellectuals we had today with us as our guests and session chairs. Now, I request Dr. George Thomas, Director, Sri Vaishnav Institute of Management, and the conference chairman to extend a floral welcome to the chief guest of the valedictory session, Dr. P.K. Chande.
Thank you, sir.
I now request Dr. Arvind Singh, Joint Registrar, Sri Vaishnav Vidyapit Vishwavidyalaya, to extend floral welcome to our special guest, Dr. Anand Sabre.
Thank you.
I now invite Dr. Shama Pathankar, convener of the conference and head Department of Computer Science, for presenting the summary of the conference. Thank you, Khushbu Madam. Good evening to all. Today's chief guest of valedictory session, respected Dr. P.K. Chande, ex-professor IIM Indore and Director MNIT Bhopal, Director Narsimhanji Institute of Management Studies Indore, Dr. Anand Sabre, Professor and former Dean Managing Vishwavidyalaya Indore, Director and Convener, Director and the Conference Chairman, Sri Vaishnav Institute of Management, Dr. Arvind Singh, Registrar, Sri Vaishnav Institute of Management, and Conference Convener, Dr. Abhijit Chatterjee, Head Department of Management, Conference Co-Conveners, Dr. Uttam Rao Jagtap, IQC members, Program Coordinators, Program Co-Coordinators, faculty colleagues, all the delegates participating in the conference, and my dear students. I am really honored to have opportunity to present the summary of today's conference. National Conference on Implementing NEP, Challenges and Opportunities, Institute of Management today, that is on 22nd of February 2020. By Chief Guest Dr. Renu Jain, Honorable Vice Chancellor Devi Ahilya Vishwavidyalaya Indore, Keynote Speaker Dr. P.K. Singh, Director IIM Trichy, Pasari, Honorable Chancellor Sri Vaishnav Vidyapit Vishwavidyalaya and Chairman Sri Vaishnav Group of Trust, Sri Devendra Kumar Jimal, Chairman Sri Vaishnav Institute of Management, Honorable Vice Chancellor Sri Vaishnav Vidyapit Vishwavidyalaya Indore, and Sri Girdhar Gopalji Nagar, Secretary Sri Vaishnav Institute of Management Indore. The Chief Guest of Inaugural Function of Conference, Dr. Rain, focused on implementation of NEP 2020 and said that features will increase as COVID-19 has also changed the scenario of education. NEP provides free exchange of ideas. Multiple initiatives are required at university level, such as change of board, change of policy, and change of major and minor subjects also. The keynote speaker, Dr. P.K. Singh, Director IIM Tiruchirappalli, shared his views on the effective implementation of NEP, focusing on why NEP 2020. He said that the education model now is required to be changed from informed faculty to informed students rather than informed faculty to uninformed students. This policy envisions to create, transmit, use, and disseminate knowledge as a part of the curriculum. The NEP is ambitious and futuristic, but much of its success will depend on how it is implemented. There is a need to explore challenges and opportunities in the implementation of NEP amongst academicians, students, officials, and other stakeholders in the higher education system so that they can together help India in becoming a knowledge superpower. Was followed by 4 parallel technical sessions, and I am really glad to share that we have received overwhelming response in the national conference in terms of receipt of research papers from all over India. To name a few, we have received papers from Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan, Delhi, Noida, Maharashtra, Pondicherry, Gujarat, Bihar, Madhya Pradesh, etc. In technical session 1, Dr. Maya English, Senior System Analyst and Professor, School of Computer Science and Information Technology, Devi Ahilya Vishwavidyalaya, was the session chair. Paitankar was the co-chair of the session. Reporter of the session was Dr. Jayashree Sharma. In total, 12 research papers were presented in the session, including the topics Government Schemes for Elementary, Secondary and Higher Education, a study, Role of Artificial Intelligence in NEP, Comparative Study of Education Policies in India, NEP and Overview and Analysis, and many more. Dr. Santosh Dhar, Dean Faculty of Doctoral Studies and Research, Sri Vaishnav Vidyapith Vishwavidyalaya, for Technical Session 2. Dr. Abhijit Chatterjee was the co-chair of the session and the reporter was Dr. Shama Ganjiwale. 10 research papers were presented in this session, including a study of assessments in education through Parak under NEP 2020, emphasis on digital platforms in education services, of teacher education program with reference of NEP 2020, unification of vocational education in NEP, a case study, role of teacher in changing the education model, and so on. Dr. N.K. Totla, Associate Professor, Institute of Management Studies, Devi Ahilya Vishwavidyalaya, was the session chair for Technical Session 3. The session was co-chaired by Dr. Deepa Katiyal. The session reporter was Dr. Digambar Negi. Total 11 papers were presented, which involved qualitative discussion of topics, role of NEP 2020 in harnessing the Indian demographic evidence, step forward to strengthen GER, academic governance, barriers in education, NEP 2020, a global perspective, etc. Technical Session 4 was chaired by Dr. Satyendra Pratap Singh, Professor, Alliance University, Bangalore. Dr. Jayesh Tiwari was the session co-chair. The chair of the session was Dr. Dhanashri Nadar. Presented in the session, the topics included structural constraints in digital literacy, NEP 2020, a step towards skill building as proposed in NEP 2020, factors influencing perception of undergraduate students towards NEP, technology integration in NEP 2020, challenges ahead. In a nutshell, the conference concluded from qualitative discussions as multiple initiatives and effective actions are to be initiated for the successful implementation of NEP 2020. The role of various stakeholders will play significant role for the impactful execution of NEP 2020. Innovative ideas are to be discovered in relation to NEP for covering every aspect of education ranging from elementary and research. Impactful approaches are to be developed for setting up of well-equipped educational infrastructure towards implementation of NEP 2020. So, we look forward to see you all in the forthcoming conferences too. So, thank you very much, everybody. Jai Hind. Thank you, ma'am. Now, for acquainting the world gathering to our special guest, Dr. Anand Sapre, I invite Ms. Ruchira Muchal, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Science.
Thank you, Khushbu ma'am. A very good afternoon to one and all present here. It's my privilege to introduce to you all today's esteemed special guest, Dr. Anand Sapre, and former Dean, Management, Devi Ahilya Vishwavidyalaya, Indore. Dr. Anand Sapre has done his Bachelor of Engineering from Birla Institute of Technology, Ranchi, Master's Administration from Institute of Management Studies, DAVV Indore, and PhD from DAVV Indore. He has served with the Tata Iron and Steel Company, Jamshedpur, and Eicher Motor Limited, Indore. He is a member of governing body of Acropolis Institute of Technology and Science, Indore, and Vivekanand College of Engineering, Indore. He held many key positions like head, dean, professor, and director of various management institutes in Indore. He has been invited as an expert in different types of academic and non-academic programs and activities. He is PhD guide and examiner, coordinator, project guide, and counselor for management programs. He has been coordinator and member of IQAC Task Force for NEP. He holds the membership of many professional, academic bodies and societies. He is also invited as a resource person for training and development programs by various organizations of repute. I now request you, sir, for your words of wisdom. Please, sir.
Thank you, Ektam. Good afternoon, everybody. Dr. P.K. Chande, chief guest of this particular conference valedictory session. Dr. George Thomas, director of SVIM. All the dignitaries on the dais, heads, all faculty members, research scholars, delegates who have participated in particular this conference, and students. First of all, I will congratulate Sri Vaishnav Institute of Management for organizing such a current and vibrant conference topic here. The institute has taken into consideration to organize a conference. And that is the requirement, and that is the best part. What the institute has taken into consideration is implementation part, because something we are going to plan, or we are doing planning on the paper, and then we are going to implement that whatever the plan is. Then we start finding the things, that challenges and of course opportunities are there. Both the things we are going to not only feel, but we are coming across with that. And then the question comes how to resolve the challenges and how to explore maximum from the opportunities. So I really congratulate this institute who has organized the conference on such a vibrant topic. And I extend my sincere thanks for inviting me to become the part of this particular conference. When we talk about NEP 2020 implementation point of view, there are so many opportunities are being explored, so many challenges are there. But in nutshell, what I foresee, or I in my perception, the opportunity what I see in NEP 2020 is flexibility. And what the challenges in nutshell I'm finding, mindset. If you see that flexibility part is such a beautifully been taken into NEP 2020, that equal promotion for art, science, physical education, even extracurricular activities are being taken, that promotion will be taken, so that beneficiary, the students, of coming students, I will say, if the future students, I will take the maximum advantage. The shifting from summative assessment to the formative assessment is another important shift which is taking place. And the focus is on the conceptual learning rather than rote learning. Just see, now if you look into it, it is going to have a very important, or you can say face the challenge, and that is the mindset. And this mindset, why I'm saying challenge, is not only from the beneficiary's point of view, but from the provider point of view also. Means we are having a certain mindset, and that mindset, as a teacher, as a faculty, as a provider, I am having a mindset, and the student is also having a mindset in receiving. So if challenge is there, then the important is how we are going to change this mindset. Because when we talk about skills, and that also from the life learning skills, when we talk about multidisciplinary approaches, orientations, means just see, so far, so forth, we are going in a very fixed pattern of education. And now we are opening, we are taking out all the boundaries. So taking out all the boundaries is going to create an opportunity. But taking out the boundaries is going to shackle my particular mindset. And whether my mindset is going to adopt the new version of education system, if yes, the beneficiary is going to get, as a provider I'm saying, same thing is applicable to beneficiary, the students also. If the mindset, if the shift take place, then this is going to create a really change in the education system of India, and that will benefit not only the students, but overall society and the country. And that is the point we are supposed to see. First, of course, there are challenges from the resources point of view. If you take the resources from the funding point of view, if you take the resources from the digital connectivity point of view, these are the challenges are there. Means you can say resources, having resources to implement NEP 2020 is really a challenge. But in my opinion, if mindset, we are able to tackle the mindset of provider as well as beneficiary, the other challenges will be taken care of in comparison very conveniently and easily. And that is the thing. And that mindset, when we'll be ready, we can train, as the Dr. PK Singh today morning said that from informed to. So the question is, we are going to train the educators. So whom I am going to train? The person, the teacher, the faculty, the educator who is having that mindset that yes, I am ready for this new change which is taking place in the education system. And then you'll find that this challenge will be converted into opportunity. If the mindset we are able to handle, then whatever the opportunity of the flexibility, as I said, the boundaries are taken out from this code boundaries. So now we can move from any direction, positive direction from the education system point of view. And if we take this into consideration, we are finding as a researcher lot of scope, whether you take opportunities into consideration, whether you take challenges into consideration. There are a lot of opportunities are there from the research point of view. I congratulate all those research scholars who have participated in particular conference and come out with some their thought in terms of research paper. I appreciate their effort, and I ask him to go further, because this is the area where they can explore in all the things what is coming into the picture, whether it is from the opportunity point of view, whether it is challenges point of view, whether it is the research in the area of skills, research in the area of resource management, research in the how we are going to handle multidisciplinary approaches, whether it is related with the assessment point of view. further, whether it is conceptual or empirical, there is a lot of scope is there. Advise all the scholars, all the research, all the faculty members who are going in this area, please continue to work in this particular area, because that is the need of the requirement is there from the system point of view, from the governing body point of view, because implementation of this NEP 2020 on the papers and then actually in the field is really a big challenge. So question comes whether the research will help in implementation part. Yes. And if we keep on doing research in this area from the implementation point of view, excuse me, probably not only the governing body, those who are going to govern, they will get some sort of support from this research work. But it will be easy for the institutions and organization to implement this NEP as an individual, or whatever may the combination will be, PPP model, whatever the model will be. The question is, governing is also required some, how to govern. So if you take any area of NEP 2020, just imagine bringing back 2 crores of the children in the school back. It's a good idea, but how? It's a challenge. So that is why I'm saying, I'm asking these scholars, these research faculty members, those who have contributed, or they are those who are thinking to do something in this area, please continue, go into the depth, whether conceptual paper, whether empirical, whatever it may be. And I will urge to all the institutions to go for, emphasize on the research in this area, because any, whether it is university, whether it is an institute, whether it is a PPP model, whatever it may be, the question comes how you will have a sustainable competitive advantage, because opportunity is available to everybody. So all the organizations will have the opportunity through this NEP 2020 while implementing, they should able to develop that sustainable competitive advantage. The researcher can help the organization. The researcher can help the government, that how we can implement and take care of challenges and explore maximum from the whatever the opportunities available. They can do miracles, and not only they will get the institution and organization and government will get the benefit, but the researcher will get the recognition. You never know what type of things you will come out with through your research, which will be it is going to help in implementing this NEP 2020. And probably the researcher will be recognized in such a way that he will be very happy with himself or herself by doing this particular research. So I ask all the researchers who have participated here and those who are thinking to do something in NEP 2020 or from this particular education policy which we are thinking to implement, go ahead and do the research and help the organization, institute, university, and the government as a whole, so that we will get the maximum advantage, and basically the students and the provider both will get the advantage by this research. So my humble request to all the researchers to please work not only on a 1 or 2 paper like that, in detail, in depth. We require research in this area, and we can do that. It is possible. We can very well do the things and can achieve the goal. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot for inviting me. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. As feedback is considered as a major source for further improvement. So now I invite our delegates for sharing their feedback. For this, firstly, I request Mr. Nishit Sogatia, Assistant Professor, Noble Group of Institutions, Junagadh. Mr. Nishit Sogatia, Assistant Professor, Noble Group of Institution, Junagadh. Okay. Perhaps he is not available right now. So the next is Ms. Farzana and Pathan, Adjunct Faculty and Executive Consultant, KLE, IT and IIT, Dharwad, Karnataka.
A very good morning to all the dignitaries, the staff of SVIM, and all the participants and delegates.
Ms. Farzana and Pathan?
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello. Am I audible, ma'am? Hello.
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah. A very good evening to all the dignitaries, the staff of SVIM, and all the participants and my fellow delegates. Initially, when I heard about this conference, I came across the brochure and I was like in two minds. This is not related to my PhD topic. Should I go ahead with participation in this conference or no? And then when I got Shama ma'am's contact number and I spoke to her, I was so very confident that I should go ahead with this conference and I should participate. Though it is not a part of my research topic, I thought we being the stakeholders in education, it's our duty to ponder on such issues. So I personally thank and congratulate Shri Vaishnav Institute of Management, Indore, for having organized this particular conference and for thinking about this very important topic, that is NEP 2020. It was really very wonderful and informative conference. I had never thought that I could even think about the NEP and contribute something to it. But yes, it made me think from the students' point of view, and whatever small contribution I could make. So thank you so much for providing me with that platform. It was very nicely and smoothly organized, and we will definitely look forward, at least I shall definitely look forward for more such conferences from your institute. Probably this time it is virtual, next time hopefully it will be in person and I will be able to visit your institute and Indore. Thank you so much. And one more thing I would like to mention is thank you so much for helping us listen to such eminent personalities, especially in my field, that is management. Thank you, and congratulations to all the organizers. Thank you so much again.
Now I request Ms. Sangeeta Rudra Atwe, Lecturer, Acharya Group of Institute, Pondicherry.
A very happy evening to one and all present here. I hope I am audible. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah. So very happy evening to one and all. Of course, it was an excellent conference, and I would like to thank and congratulate Dr. George Thomas and his team for their thoughtful and effective organization and successful completion of conference. I'm really impressed with the commitment and efficiency of those who planned this conference, because topic was very current and new. We need such kind of topics, and implementing it successfully. This conference, I would like to say, was well organized from the opening ceremony to now valedictory, and with all eminent academicians. It's really informative to listen to them, and it was like it's add to your knowledge. It was adding to your knowledge. And I would like to thank for providing an opportunity to present a paper, and it was indeed a good experience. I'm looking forward for the next conference from the same institute. Thank you very much. It was really a good, nice experience for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sangeeta. Now I want to again call upon for Mr. Nishit Sogatia. Perhaps he is not available. Now, for introducing our chief guest, Dr. P.K. Chande, I once again invite Ms. Ruchira Muchal.
Hello.
Thank you, Khushbu ma'am. It's my honor to introduce to you all today's chief guest, Dr. Pradeep Tande. He is graduate of Electrical Engineering, Applied Electronics, and PhD in Engineering from Indore University. He has more than 40 years of proven experience in institute building, teaching, research, consulting, management, and administration. He headed Sri GS Institute of Technology and Science Indore as its director. He was the corporate head at Mahindra British Telecom Limited, Pune, where he was responsible for the development of Mahindra Institute of Software Engineering and Management in collaboration with the CMU, USA for PG programs in Information Security, Software Engineering, Management Development programs for industry. He was the founding director and professor of IT at Maulana Azad National Institute of Technology, Bhopal, and was also director in charge of MP Science and Technology Entrepreneurship Park, Bhopal. During this tenure, he had successfully transformed the REC into a deemed-to-be university. He has also received recognition from the state government, who invited him as one of the directors on the board of MP Electronics Corporation, Bhopal. He is involved in a number of state-level projects of SEZ in IT and electronics, IT infrastructure, industry academia, partnership, etc. His current research interests are knowledge management, human-centric systems, man-machine collaboration, systems for physically mentally challenged, IT project management, decision support systems, educational management and innovation, intelligent agents, group support systems, behavioral engineering, distance education, and e-governance, information architecture, and evolutionary organization. He is a recipient of various national and international honors and awards, namely International Scholarship Award by Society of Instrument and Control Engineering, NUC Japan Scholarship, Anna University National Award for Best Academics 1996, Pandit Lajja Shankar Jha Award for Outstanding Contribution to Technology, Radhakrishnan Award 1992 for Research Contribution in Multiprocessor Performance. Presently, Director at School of Business, Narsimonji Institute of Management Indore Campus, and as Knowledge Collaborator with the Tech Mahindra for the development of disaster management framework with Make in India mission. I request you, sir, for your words of wisdom. Please, sir.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
I am audible. So I have to make presentations. I cannot see me. Am I visible? Is my video visible?
Sir. Sir, may I start your presentation?
Hello? Yeah, but I cannot see video. Can you hear me? Hello? 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 Hello?
I can. Mic on है. Sir, go ahead. We are.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Hello?
We are able to hear you. Phone kar do.
The first thing is there are two things. Why I have so much of broken voice. Number two, I cannot see my.
Sir, go ahead.
No, this is full screen.
एक
audible, sir? The screen is also being presented.
Can you go to next slide? Okay, good evening, everyone. Just give me a signal if I am audible.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Hello. Yeah, I'm audible. Thank you. Okay. I was just listening to Professor Prey, and he has at the end he has made a very wonderful comment that you have all institutions as such have to create sustainable competitive advantages. Management, and he has made a very right comment at the end. So thank you very much for that. First of all, let me thank our host, Professor Patra, for inviting me here to deliver a chief guest address at a valedictory function. Generally, the chief guest is not very much aware that what has come into the session. So, to bring in another aspect. I'm also very much grateful to Shama Center this particular conference. I try to what I want to say in maybe 9 to 10 slides. I try to run a little quickly through that. So I have prepared 10 slides. Today is the time where we are required to compare or understand the difference between conventional education and education which is versus modern education. I have spent around 40 years in the field of education. I'm aware that how education maybe in premier institutes goes on, where it is generally teacher-centric, right? And students are the listeners into the class. More or less, this particular protocol keeps going. So I try to call it as a teacher-centric education. Number one. Number two, it is market. So most of the students understand education means they have to succeed in evaluation. The paradigm in broader sense. But modern education has a lot of paradigms being brought into policy. And accordingly, all institutions have to adopt the education policy, the new methods of education process. The important impediments or the requirement in education system is sustainable competitive advantage. What Professor Sapre wanted to tell is that now education is in the hands of private players to meet both the ends. On one side, they have to find out the resources, and on the other side, they have to come up with competitive advantage and the quality of education. The leadership is required. It is very, very essential. Here, after this COVID-19 phenomena, where we are trying to learn how can we become not on contact learning basis, but on distance learning basis. So this is the basic challenge. But this challenge also brings in great opportunity to our education. Your chair slide, can you go to first slide? Right. Now, what I'm to say here, instead of talking about the policies and the schemes of education, and administrators and leaders in education to understand what transformation we need to bring. And if we want to bring in this transformation, then we have to take help of technology. To use technology first for admission purposes, then producing results purposes, and just workflow for your management of education. Now that is the support system which we have developed, and I believe that all institutions are using them. But today we have to look a little deeper into it, and we can look into deeper in education when we will understand the basic needs of education. Our education effective, efficient for the students. So the first transformation which we have to bring in is student-centric. That's a very, very important aspect. Student-centric is what is not a comfort of the student, but it is able to learn. So you have a heterogeneous student community, and then you have to understand that how you can make your delivery of education student-centric. And if the students are sitting in a classroom, then it cannot be simple to make it student-centric, but all experienced teachers are able to do that. They understand who, from the face they can understand which is the student and is understanding the subject and which is not. So we have to take help of technology, and particularly we call this technology as exponential technology. We are going to use maximum use of AI and augmented reality and attending students on an individual basis. We start learning to do that. We want to be able to really adopt or accept the new education policy. Now, policy may say how education will go year by year, right? But there are so many different inbuilt features in education which have to be brought up so that we can create an effective education. So efficiency, effectiveness to all means there is a bright student or there is a weak student, or a student is sitting near to you or a student sitting far away. How all of them can get a quality education which is very effective. Second thing is we have to come out of teaching mode and then we have to go into the learning mode. Now, when you are in teaching mode, in distance learning, then you really do not know whether a student is learning or not. So you have to create learning material, you have to create your system in a way that the student is able to learn. And even you would know whether the student is learning or not. When we want to implement education in 21st century, which will be mostly based on internet, technology, and virtual reality, and so on. We have to train our students, our faculty members, and that is the responsibility of individual institution. Till now, we have been sending our faculty members to premier institutes to learn a subject or so. How to teach a student effectively when a student is sitting at a distance. That is the challenge, and all institutions overseas an opportunity for the teacher so that they can create the teaching material in a most effective manner. And this is very important. It will need, as such we say, that teaching is, teachers are not born, but they are created. Now, similarly, we should now try to create teachers of this section. And that will not be simple job. It's not that you are getting an interview and a person is selected on his merit. Done by the institutions for the learning process. Put in different words and different manners. That is the connect of education with the society. This is very evident. We always speak about it, but somehow we don't connect with the society. Our students are not connected with the society in terms of their learning process. Survey work or some project who are going into the society will not serve the purpose. They must learn to understand that whatever they are learning, how it is connected to the society. So from societal perspective, the learning should take place. I am here not going to talk about the attributes listed by AICTE for students. They are quite comprehensive and right now need not go through that, and they are all available on the websites of AICTE. I am talking of something more which is required from teachers' point of view. Another aspect is cognition. Now, cognition in general we define is a learning process of a individual, and it's not just learning, but learning creativity. So we have to pay attention that how we can realize this cognition process. Unless my student is ready or able to think little differently, which is being discussed, I think learning will not take place for today's time, because the youth or the manpower which is required by our country and by our society and by our industry is now much more challenging. We used to talk about management, we used to talk about analytical ability and so on. No, those are very important, but somehow we have missed important aspect which is called as cognition. So this slide I'll emphasize on cognition. Next slide. Here, we all have involved in our curriculum. So now guides us that how to create the learning material. Now there we talk different aspects, that what is the outcome of a course, then whether the syllabus is appropriately designed or not, and there are so many technical methods. I'm not going to do that, but I'm just coming to a very fundamental model. And that model is called as Bloom's taxonomy. And let me tell you, for over the years, I have been involved in board of studies and research committees and various places, but never we have gone back and looked into some taxonomy which can really help us design our curriculum. And that taxonomy called as, that methodology is called as Bloom's taxonomy. In every point, the first focus, bottom line is remembering. So remembering something is very rudimentary, knowledge. Remembering. Then it goes to understanding, and then it goes to analyzing. Then at fifth level you have evaluating, and at sixth level you have creating. Now, unless a student is trained or a student is taught to learn through these 5 steps, 6 steps, the learning will not be complete. So whenever we try to design our curriculum or class, then we have to see whether we are trying to, give importance to each and every steps. That's very important. Which is to us, which has been written by me. On the left hand side, you can see that they are going up. Learn to listen. Now, in a class or in distance education, have I created my material and opportunity in such a manner that the student attention is drawn to the learning process? That is what we mean by listen. And generally, listen, this word comprehension is well covered in management programs, but it is not generally covered in other engineering programs or science programs. So listen. After listening only, you will be in a position to evaluate something. Once you evaluate, it is indication that you are asking certain questions. Now, unless you start asking questions, believe me, the student is not able to evaluate what is being taught into the class. Once a student is convinced, then he starts keeping that into mind. Now, unless a student is assimilating, the student must start owning the topic. Otherwise, student will say, this is a subject which is of not my concern, and I'll not get job on that, so he'll never learn it. So assimilation is very important. Having assimilated, then the next stage comes a rationalize. Rationalize means out of, let's say, 4 or 5 approaches, which approach should I follow? Whether you take engineering or whether you take healthcare or whether you take science or anything. Out that which method he should follow. So rationalize, compare the methods and the concepts and analysis and so on. Once that is done, then nurture. The last step in learn is nurture. Nurture means once I am convinced that whatever I have learned has to be applied, and he starts studying it and start using it into the his career. So this is what I wanted to emphasize for all teachers, that they should look at this when they are creating their teaching material. Next. This I have covered, and on the right hand side I will not go into detail, but right hand side I quickly go through it. Create the environment, demonstrate what you are teaching, tell what are the alternatives, then testing and challenges, and lastly opportunities to apply. So each student must get an opportunity to apply. For example, when I say what does it mean, that you give, let's say, some questions to a student. So that is how you create opportunities to apply. Next. Next, please. Yeah, just click on this. Now open the complete slide. Keep on clicking 7 times. That's all. That's all. Now look at this. This is the kind of pie diagram which can help us develop our student on various aspects. We are very familiar with IQ and EQ. Now, up till now, we have been selecting students in industries, professional industries based on IQ. But last 10 years, we have started also applying EQ, that is emotional intelligence or emotional quotient, while selecting an employee or a professional. Quotient we generally don't cover into our curriculum. Of that, we are covering which is highly theoretical, and that is value system. So generally a course is introduced in your syllabus which will talk about ethics and values. But that is not sufficient. Emotional aspects have to be developed. A person has to be emotionally developed through the curriculum, through the training program, through engagement with the student into the classroom or in the other activity. Aspects in co-curricular activities and so on. But emotional intelligence is extremely important. Don't pay attention to that. quotient, power quotient. Power means how much energy does a student have. Social quotient, student not interested in social, or student will say my project or whatever I have done is the best. If the society is not accepting it, it's not so they must know what the society, because today is the time of innovation. AI to do innovations. Now innovations are generally will take place when you have a very good connect and understanding with the society. So unless you understand society, means suppose I talk about let's say traffic, or right. So if I talk of resilience of a city or smart city, now all these aspects are related to society. And or let's say Kisan Andolan which is going on now. I don't see anybody has come forward and really is able to tell what are the shortcomings on in that. Nobody is able to tell or bring out a picture of business and business. There are a lot of effects. Certainly appreciate that. Now, when you are coming up with a policy like agriculture reform, of the people, then how finance will go, what are the impact that will have on country and so on. There are so many things. Now, unless you understand it, you cannot innovate. And you cannot come up with new systems, which our Prime Minister is saying that now India has to be self-reliant and India has to come up with its own system. So right now we do not have systems. Right now we do not innovate systems. We have systems who are doing general support to our society. Important. So once you understand, once start understanding society, then you will be able to create some. Value quotient in nutshell is that you have to learn to work in win-win situation. Unless you find out the advantage of your team or let's say your customer, you will not be able to succeed into your venture. So these are some of the aspects which I want to bring to before you, that in 21st century all these aspects should be probably groomed with our youth, and whatever methods you use that, try to use the next. Okay, I taken this slide which I had covered on exponential technology in education. Now, exponential technology means how I can use AI or artificial intelligence, which I want to introduce here. The second thing is I am using another term that is called as conglomerate. Conglomerate means into the classroom, or I may have virtual classroom. Now in a virtual classroom, say Devi Ahilya Vishwavidyalaya, but I may be attending a course of HR from Professor or maybe someone else from the university. So what I'm trying to tell you is that now the time will come where students will be able to choose the teacher. Whoever is he likes the style of teacher adopt. Again, that teacher will become very, very important. Coaching centers and coaching institutes, students go to that coaching institute where they find a best teacher. Universities will be required to create better and better teachers, and they can create portfolio of teachers, and then students can select those teachers online. So, and these things are going to become possible, and they are becoming possible if you try to see the advertisement of Baiju, now Baiju has become one of the dominant and prominent teaching learning platform in the country. Saying that other than your teachers, we can provide you best teachers who can explain you and can make you successful. So this time is changing. So we had to focus on our teachers and try to make them best. And also educate them or train them how can they create best of the content of their lectures using audio and virtual institution who will take this step first education community now. This is what I forecast. So it's from students to learner. So first thing that will change, it will not be a student, it will be a learner. That means he can learn anytime, any space, anywhere and so on. Then university to cyber classes, then affiliation will be global. Any teacher can teach from anywhere. And let me tell you, there are many sites available now who are solving problems for American students and students sitting abroad. That. So the students in America, they offload their questions onto some site and those questions are solved by teachers and given back to them. Practice, but it is an indication at how the system is spreading up. And faculty to knowledge. So faculty is not a teacher. Faculty should be able to generate knowledge. Knowledge. If you have experience, then you're a good teacher. Now, experience is basically the knowledge, applying the fundamentals into the practice. Can you go to previous slide? Yeah, I'll go through it quickly. Previous slide. Previous slide, please. Yeah. Okay, let's go next. See, my PPT is available with you. You can just go through them. Okay, now, if you see education system, the education, the student is kept in the center. And the student is termed as not student, the learner. Student, there are four things. One is knowledge, which I just told that a teacher is not just teaching, but inculcating knowledge into the students. The meaning is that after going through that class, the student should be able to apply that principle theory. Then the next one on right hand side is trendsetters. Now today, the technology and innovations are taking place at such a fast pace. You have trendsetters with you. Right now in Board of Studies, we generally invite industry to change. Instead of inviting somebody from industry with experience, somebody from industry or somewhere who can tell you that what is going to happen next. And that aspect has to be built into your curriculum. And technology at the bottom, you cannot avoid technology now, and you must adopt it as fast as possible. And as it is said that you have to come up with sustainable competitiveness and advantage, when you will be able to approach more students with better learning methodology. So that is where the technology is going to play a big role. And then competencies. These four things are very important for a student to learn in 21st century. Next. Okay, here are certain paradigm or matrices which indicate aspect of learning. Y-axis you have emotion, and on x-axis you have cognitive. or creators. Now, if you create a matrix on that, then if you go to top right corner, it says CEO or negotiators. Now, you have to see that in what domain the students are being trained, right? So if his cognition ability is more, he is a creator, and also he is emotionally strong. That means he is empathetic with others, and he understands the value of technology. Then he can be put into the category of CEO. After all, what CEO is? A CEO is another person, but he or she is different than managers. Right? So how to create CEO is so important. It is emotionally strong, and if the cognitively smart and strong, then only he has to become CEO or leader of technology. Next. Which is called the awareness framework. On right side, on axis is society, and axis is self-awareness. Right side top corner, it is assigned leadership. So if you are well aware of society, if you can understand the society, the needs, the trends, and so on, okay, and also you are self-motivated, and if you are self-learner, then you can take leadership positions. So this is a kind of matrix which gives us a thumb rule, or it guides us to really look into matters so that we can create our institution of higher learning based on these parameters. Next. Okay, now in general, this is the landscape. Now landscape, in the center, I put it as technology innovation. Now, innovations are good, creativity good, which we can see, let's say, in painting or music creation and so on. But today we are started talking about technology which can create a variety of paintings. So we have gone into that extent. We have gone to the level of arts using it. So technology innovation. So you have to take technology along with your mind and creative mind. If you make a combination of two, then only you will be able to live in this 21st century. So on the top you have industry, on the right side you have academia. In industry, I am showing you an arrow coming up which I call as disruption. Industry is also on challenge. Industry has to create something. Industry has to come something which is much more different and which will be widespread. That means people will accept it to a large extent, and we call such thing as disruption. So unless industry and academia start working together, you cannot create disruption in innovations. Similarly, if you look into all four dimensions, you will be able to understand what I want to say through this diagram. You can go clockwise and try to understand it. I will skip this slide again because time is short. Let's go to the next slide. Now, if you see, let's say I'll start summarizing my talk. Worldwide concerns, I've taken it out from various literatures. And what I concern with youth are passion and action. Missing our youth, our students is passion. So they're not passionate about it. They want to take some degree from somewhere and then they'll say, since I am graduate, I must be given a job. But they are not passionate about their profession. Number one. Second thing, now these are all psychological dimensions which have been researched out by the researchers. Second one is direction. Our students do not know what is their direction. Where should they lead? what should they try in their career and life. Now, this is another aspect which has been found out that students have made. Empathy. They do not have empathy, they do not understand the society, they do not understand the emotion of the employer, they do not understand the emotions and needs of the team. So that's very important thing. So they are lacking empathy. Is a challenge. Suppose in question, if you twist your question a little bit, then they go just against it. Our students to take challenge, and rather they are not accepting challenge. Then mental health, depression, purposeful education. That what education should I take? Because it will be all learning centric. So student must understand what education a student can get or take, and what kind of degree he or she can create out of the box. Then positive psychology. Now these are the concerns worldwide collected from various literatures, and unless we start paying attention to this, we'll create graduates who will have degree and mark sheet, but they will not be able to become successful in their career. They will not become successful in innovation. Prove themselves into the society, and they will not be able to lead the society. Now, these are the concerns. Where should they be covered, whether at school level or at college level, and so on. So these are the concerns. Next. Okay, this is a kind of education model which will come in the future. On left-hand side, you will have a lot of data, because as you know, they need a lot of data. A lot of data related to students, right? And typical data from a student is that how a student is able to learn, let's say, mathematics, or how a student is able to learn, let's say, history. The capabilities of learning of students. I will be able to find out that what subject a student can learn with what pace and what competence. Now, once that is done, then you can classify the profiles. So without even going through examination, you will be able to find out. So this is a model. Just I not again go into details of that to explain each and every point, but it is not exam centric. It is learning centric, and while learning itself, you will be able to evaluate a student, how best that student is. And once done, then there is no examination. You can directly pick a student from somewhere globally, and you can apply that. Next. So that was my last slide. I wanted to cover not education policy, underline what is the underlying principles to really make that educational policy effective. I have seen various institutions running on university curriculum, AICTE guidelines, and in a structured manner. Now the time is changing, and I just want to show how the education system is going to change, and whoever takes and prepares itself for learning process and innovation directly while learning, using technology, using exponential technology, and using this is a virtual reality, will not be able to lead in education system. So these are my last words as conclusion for the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your words of wisdom. Also thankful to inspire us for heading towards innovation and suggesting various innovative models for the smooth implementation of the new policy. Now, coming to the most awaited part of the session, I would like to mention that indeed the conference brought various intellectual works on the same platform, but there are always few best works which are recognized. So I would request Dr. George Thomas, Director, Sri Vaishnav Institute of Management and Conference Chairman, to announce the Best Paper Award. Please, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Khushbu. Before I announce the name, I must tell you the process that we followed for finalizing this best paper nominees. We had all the papers received and brought under the screening process through a panel, which was institutional panel, but headed by senior professors. And papers were, the names, authors' names were hidden, and it was a blind review by the panel members. And after this has two components. One was the paper content, and second was the presentation. So based on the two components, 3 papers got the best paper nominations. So I would read out the best paper third of National Education Policy 2020 on Higher Education Sector, authored by Ms. Ruchira Muchal, Dr. Bharti Agrawal, Dr. Shama Pethankar. So I think big round. And the second paper award goes to a study on embedding 21st century skills and in traditional education system, National Education Policy to facilitate the same. Written by Professor Nishit Sagotia and Bhavik Rathore. Big round of applause. And the first paper award goes to National Education Policy, Incubational Models and Entrepreneurship Orientation in Higher Education Institutions based on Empirical Assessment, a roadmap for implementation. Dr. J. Arthi. So congratulations. Hearty congratulations from Sri Vaishnav Institute of Management, the organizing committee, and from the management of Sri Vaishnav Institute of Management. Again, congratulations to all. Would like to announce our forthcoming international conference also on the theme. The theme is Post-pandemic paradigm shift in higher education, a global perspective, which is scheduled on April 10th. So I request all the delegates, those who have participated from across the country, should send their papers after this conference. They can you'll be getting the mail and the information brochure, all the relevant information for the national conference. I expect that good number of participation from all across the country will come. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. On behalf of all our virtual audience, all our dignitaries and the SVM family, I extend a big round of applause to the best awardee. Coming to the end of the valedictory session, I now invite Dr. Abhijit Chatterjee, convener of the conference and head Department of Management, for proposing the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Khushbu madam. A very good afternoon to one and all. Mr. Director, sir, Dr. George Thomas, Arvind Singh, Dr. Shama Pethankar, co-conveners of the conference, Dr. Uttam Rao Jagtap, Dr. Jagdish Sharma. Once again, a very good afternoon. I would begin the expression of gratitude with the words, battle of intellect, that is the Gyan Kumbh, is over, but the pursuit to knowledge continues. And it's again my turn to extend vote of thanks to all those whose, without their support, this online conference would not have been successful. On behalf of the entire Vaishnav family, I take this opportunity to thank our chief guest of the inaugural ceremony, Dr. Renu Jain, and special guest, Dr. P.K. Singh, for accepting our invitation and sparing their valuable time. The inputs they have shared have always been motivating us. Again, on behalf of the team SVIM, I extend heartfelt thanks to both of you, sir. During the four sessions of intellectual rumble, more than 40 papers were presented. As the day progressed, we are now in the concluding session of the conference. Chief guest, Dr. Chande, and special guest, Dr. Sapre, I extend my sincere thanks to both of you for accepting our invite and gracing the valedictory session. I would like to thank Dr. Santosh Dhar, Dean Research and Development, Sri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya, Dr. Satyendra Kumar, and Dr. N.K. Totla for gracing the conference as session chairs in 4 different sessions. I feel privileged and honored in getting an opportunity to thank and media people who have always been a great support to the cause. Not have been successful without the enthusiasm of participants. I thank all the paper presenters and the participants who have felt responsible to understand the National Education Policy recommendations, write a paper and present it in front of the other stakeholders for mutual benefits. The students for attending the session. I'm sure, being one of the key stakeholders, students must have been taking away a lot of learning from the national conference. To take time to extend my gratitude to all those who have put their valiant efforts and made this online conference a great success. The team is not small, but mentioning their name is worth. To begin with, I am thankful to the management of the Sri Vaishnav Institute of Management, Sri Purushottam Lalsi Pasari, Chancellor and Chairman, Vaishnav Group of Trust, Dr. Sri Devendra Kumarji Muchal, Chairman, Sri Vaishnav Institute of Management, Indore, Sri Girdhar Gopalji Nagar, Secretary, Sri Vaishnav Institute of Management, Indore, for constantly encouraging us to take such initiatives. Extending gratitude on behalf of the full SVIM team to our mentor, Dr. Upinder Dhar, Sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya, helping and supporting us for every academic endeavor of this sort. Our Director, Dr. George Thomas, Sir, and Dr. Arvind Singh, Sir, Registrar, Sri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya for Sri Vaishnav Institute of Management. Without their push and drive, such milestones cannot be achieved. Thank you, sir. Dr. Shama Patankar, along with me, conducted and convened the conference seamlessly in a very meticulous manner, taking care of each and every nuances involved in the conference. I take this opportunity to extend my thanks and appreciation to Dr. Uttam Jagtap and Dr. Jagdish Sharma, the co-conveners of the conference, to manage each and every aspect of the conference. I would like to thank session co-chairs, rapporteurs, and the volunteers for being co-chairs and rapporteurs in the respective sessions and executing things flawlessly. online conference with central theme of national education policy itself was a challenge. I would also like to thank coordinators of various committees for their tireless efforts to make this conference a success. Perform and deliver unless members are equally important, involved and committed. I extend my thanks to all the team members of each and every committee for making this event possible. Technical team and support staff are the backbone of any such event. I extend my thanks to the technical team whose support helped us to accomplish the conference successfully. Support of the cleaning staff, electrician cannot be undermined. I thank them also for providing requisite support and wherewithal for smooth conduct of the conference. Excuse me if I have missed mentioning his name, but once again a big thanks to everyone who have directly or indirectly contributed to the success of the conference. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I would like to share some information to our delegates. The feedback link for the participants will be available on the conference WhatsApp group. It will be mailed to the participants after the feedback form is filled. Thank you so much, everyone, for attending the conference. Hoping to meet again on such intellectual platform, I conclude the valedictory session. Take care and stay safe. Jai Hind.